there it goes.
All right, fantastic. So, everybody, welcome back to another session of A Rhyme of Goblins and Aya. Thankfully, here with me once more, we have Gavokov, played by Xander.
We might die out here in this swamp.
That is the expectations every session. We have Pins, played by Lodra.
Don't worry, another way.
And we have Clang, played by Spectre. At the moment, we don't have Ledge because he is away for some stuff. He is super tired. But that's okay. We'll have him next time. So I will start doing a small recap for you guys. So you guys actually have been busy, and I will place you on the world map for a second. You have traveled your way from Clear Lake down to the Southern Caves, where you resolved some issues with some packages that weren't being delivered. You discovered that there was a large spider infestation, and yes, and there was also a large brood mother in the caves as well, who was called Zariel. You guys defeated her and all her spiderlings, and you decided, you know what, we have another place where packages aren't completely going as they should, and Pins, with a personal stake in the coffee business with his friend Robert Robertson, you guys decided to make your way where he instructed you, close to the Deathmaw Caves. You follow the river, there should be a pond, and there should be a contact there. Upon reaching there, you came upon a pond, indeed, and you came upon the daughter of Madame de Pond, the one that so early on in the campaign you had defeated and chased off out of your Licorice Caves. Now her daughter has apparently taken over some of the business, and she is now running all the contacts and whatever parcels come from the area. You did manage to fight with her and convince her to come to a somewhat political agreement where she decided that, all right, let's make a truce. You leave me alone, I leave you alone. And the missing parcel she gave to you, and that one courier is free to move to Clear Lake, to Robertson, and back. On your way back, you got ambushed by some highwaymen who were looking for a quick steal, a quick gold, a quick coin to make, but you guys managed to show how tough and strong you are, and you chased them off. After some time, as they fled deeper into the swamps and the bog forests, you heard some explosions going off, screaming, and a loud roar. And this roar, it was gripped in your memories. You all distinctly remember this was the same roar that you heard in the Licorice Caves when Luffy explained to you guys that the Mushroom King was coming. So you also, during the night before, encountered some kind of creature that rose out of the water. It was huge. It was overgrown with mushrooms and plants. And I think, Pins, you were the one that saw it. Welp, whatever's happening, you guys find yourself in a really strange strip of land that is running across a lake, where you're a little trapped with the frogs behind you and whatever monster, as far as you know, the Mushroom King, in front of you. So let me move you guys to the map where you are. And tell me when you guys have loaded in.
Can see it.
I'm in.
All right, fantastic. Dan, please cue some terrifying music, because this is not a happy day right now. So
Yeah, that was intro music right there.
That was the intro music, exactly. But you guys have found yourselves here. Two of you have been knocked unconscious, Ikumale and Clang. But with some potions from Shadow, you've been brought back to health, back to consciousness. As you guys are waking up slowly, you hear that loud roar. You see birds flying up from the bogs, from the large trees and giant mushrooms. You hear explosions from the bomb slingers that you were fighting before, crackling electricity and fiery explosions. You hear the screaming of the woman that you chased off that was raising sort of these gigantic zombies. You hear that roar of the Mushroom King. And as you turn around to watch in the direction that it's all coming from, which is over that way, you start seeing, Pins, you in particular, with your really sharp eyes, you see these massive trees in the distance. They start moving, and all these birds are in clouds fly out of them. And Pins, you see that these trees are shaking, and that movement is coming towards you guys. It's still quite a bit off, but you hear that roaring and screaming, and it's coming towards you guys.
Oh, fuck this coming back.
So I have an idea. It's called
Hey.
pride.
Hey!
How long does it look like it's gonna take till it gets to us?
Pins, with his background, he would know that this is gonna be like less than 5 minutes.
In less than 5 minutes. Okay.
This might be on you within a minute or two.
Okay. He'll run this way and scamper up the street.
I'm guessing that what I'm hiding in right there is some bushes there.
Yes, those are bushes. This is a tree. This is a small tree. These are trees right here. These are trees too. And these over there are bushes.
I face planted into this bush.
Yep. Oh, actually? No, yeah. I'm gonna say
If it
there's
is-
bushes and there is a tree as well. So you can also climb up the tree if you want.
Fuck yeah, let's climb.
All right, you climb. Do we need actually, you guys are gonna be able to make it. You have the time. So, Pins, is there something you would like to do? I'm gonna say, Xander, can you do Ikamale?
Yeah.
Shadow will also follow you.
Ikamale is gonna hide with Clang. Worked last
All
time.
right.
No, this is my tree. No, damn it.
Yeah,
Why,
sorry.
Why is
I was
why is
talking
pretty
the whole
guy have to
time,
be
but
here?
my
Sorry.
push to talk didn't work.
Oh shit. Okay, so please say what you wanted to say.
Well, basically, I told them that the Mushroom King was coming this way, and importantly,
Okay, it's a good idea if we can all hide, but just a minor problem. What are we going to do with Snow and Greytooth?
This is a good question. That's a very good question that you guys have to
There it
ponder.
is.
You guys have exactly a minute to decide something. In the meantime, you start hearing that screaming getting louder. You hear specifically a woman scream, very just ugly.
Put him in the trees up here or here.
Yeah, they both have climbing speeds, I think, so they could get in there. They won't be very invisible, but they could hide. Try.
You're gonna owe me big time for this. And he's gonna scoot down best he can. Gonna plop down, run over. Gonna place a hand on Snow. Cast as his last second level invisibility. And then there was... Where's Greytooth?
Greytooth was
Are
never
they
placed
both-
in the.
Okay.
Yeah, they're both
They're-
there though.
And he's
Yeah.
gonna
They're
run
both
over to
berries.
Greytooth, pull out a potion from his backpack, uncork it, and have him chug it. The potion of invisibility.
Oh.
Nice.
That's good. Yes.
That's actually smart.
If he dies now, that's on you. Help me, Shadow.
Shadow will like run down the trunk and be like, God, for a little guy, you're quite heavy.
It's big bones, I swear. It's thick
Sure,
bones.
that's what they all say.
And also, can we please not talk about this? It's a little humiliating.
Well, that's when I raised the issue. But sure.
And then, so that was his
And-
final second and his only potion.
Okay. So as you give that potion to him and you climb back in the tree, you hear that screaming become incessantly loud. Wraith will also go here, but Wraith can actually disappear.
Yeah,
Is
he'll
you-
disappear. He'll disappear.
Yeah, okay, so let me put him like off the map here over here for a second. You hear the screaming and you hear branches crack as in front of you you see that woman that you fought together with the bomb slinger that was left. They make their way back back through the tree line, and they run back this passage over here. And she screams and she's like,
Oh my god! Keep running! Oh crap! It's gonna kill us both.
and she looks back and she says,
Maybe, you know, you can sacrifice yourself for me.
and she falls on her knees and she starts coughing and she's like,
I don't want to die like this.
and as you see, there's the blood and bile coming out of her mouth, and these spores sort of come in out of her with a spittle, and they start growing. And you guys see that as it hits the floor really rapidly, that ichor it starts bubbling, and whatever is in there. These strange fungal mushrooms, they start growing in there, and it looks really just awful. But you guys start seeing some things come out of there that you recognize.
Oh, fuck.
As out of that spittle, as she collapses on the floor here, you see that the guy behind her is like, oh, fuck. And he starts coughing as well. And as these mushrooms start growing, you see them bend together, and their tendrils are sort of like trembling. And you see that some of these tentacles, they start raising in the air and trembling in the directions that you guys find yourself in, as if they are recognizing your positions, as they slowly start drifting into your guys' positions. It's a very slow drift, though, as their tentacles keep trembling in the air, sort of tethering and looking for where you are. In the meantime, you still hear those really loud stomps. You hear the crashing of trees as you hear that loud screaming and grumbling from the Mushroom King. You start noticing that there is this really big sort of cloud that starts immersing. And that
Question
shit looks
for you.
toxic as hell. Yeah?
The snow globe I have, how long does it take? Is it 10 minutes? 'Cause I thought it was
1 minute.
1 minute.
1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah, so you
okay.
can toss it. These are moving very slow. Pins knows that Mushroom King, if he keeps at the space he's going by the sound, he would know it would take about a minute. So you would
I'm
have the
going
time
to-
if you do it now.
I'm going to look over towards Chesty, place a hand on his head. Okay, General Chesty, I have a special mission for you. and he'll point to this direction. Run out there like a crazed idiot. You're good at that. And then he'll message Pins, Ikumali, and Clang. Quickly, run east. Come with me. I have a better idea, otherwise we're all dead. From my initial idea.
East, or did you say west?
I can reply to a message, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll reply to the message.
Hey, doesn't that
Fuck, what's it called?
doesn't that mucking blurb need to die once a week anyway?
Yes.
Send the blurb. All right, Blurby, you're up.
That mocking blurb sort of makes a strange salute, and with incredible gusto starts running in that direction. You see that these growl immediately respond and start floating. Instead, you see their tentacles start pointing towards the blurb. And as that happens, and this guy is starting to cough, you see that out of his bile also, these mushrooms start really quickly growing. And once again, you Pins, you notice that with the Mushroom King coming closer, that these mushrooms grow faster. So the closer he's getting, the denser they get, the more are starting to spawn. You see that out of her back, mushrooms start growing.
Oh,
These
dear God.
mushrooms walk or float?
They float. The growls, they float. You recognize these. These are
Yeah,
growls.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
I need more of those poison anyway.
So, after hearing east and thinking possibly west,
Yes, I remember that.
he's gonna motion for Iki to follow where Gav pointed. Hopefully that's in the same direction. We're all going in the same direction.
Yeah.
You'll see Gab pop down and he'll say, "Shadow with me," and he'll run this way. How far
Okay.
down is that structure? That
The platform
platform,
is
yeah.
underwater.
How far
Underwater.
underwater? How far?
Yes.
How
How
far?
far underwater? About 10 feet.
About 10 feet. Okay. He's gonna grab it and he's gonna shatter it against the side here, the globe,
Okay.
so that it'll land
you
in the water and hopefully form as it falls downwards.
Okay, so as you shatter it against, you see that these shards, they start sinking in the water, the globe sinks in the water, and you see that really slowly the base of that dome is starting to form into, that little cozy place that you recognize. You start hearing, though, this strange slithering sound, the cracking, the tearing of skin, as these mushrooms start becoming bigger very quickly, as they grow out of their backs, and they start giving off an aura. You recognize these, that once you started making sound, they started expelling these poison clouds. In the meantime, you hear those stomping footsteps of the Mushroom King getting closer and closer as that angry growling starts becoming louder. And as Pins, as you start hearing that these are getting really close, you start feeling a strange trembling in the floor. You can all roll me a dexterity save as the floor under you starts growing large spikes that start shooting throughout the floor. So let me see your guys' rolls. An 8. An 8 is sadly not going to make it. You get impaled by one of these. You take 8 slashing, piercing
Ikumali
damage.
as well?
Everyone that is within this area here. So Clang and Ukamali as well, yeah. With an 18, you just make it out, Clang. You manage to roll aside as one of these big stony spires just juts out of the ground suddenly. A 6 is not gonna make it. He takes 6 piercing damage. And you guys start noticing that more and more of these. You are temporarily impaled, and then the rock crumbles, so you're not stuck there.
Are these considered monstrosities or not?
These are considered fungal.
Okay, so not monstrosities.
But you know that the Mushroom King is a monstrosity.
Okay, so I would like to try something.
Go ahead.
I
might buy us probably just a few seconds.
I would like to grab one of my vial of monstrosity pheromones.
Okay, yes.
I would like to put it on a bolt.
Okay, go ahead.
Shoot it over to this tree there.
Which tree? That tree over there. Yeah,
there.
Go ahead.
Just so it impacts something.
Yeah. You don't need to roll for that. You can definitely make that. So you shoot your pheromones there.
Yeah, vial of monstrosity pheromones.
Oh,
Yes.
Then I'm like,
Okay, well, I hope that's gonna distract it a little bit or get it horny. I don't know if that's worse.
You do that. So let me just start placing him here.
oh dear, sweet merciful God.
But you manage to do that there. As you do that, you hear you see as you do that, the vial shatters and there's this pinkish sort of cloud that very sheer that spreads throughout the air. And as you hear, you see that you on your side, Gavorkov, see that this dome has almost fully formed. As you guys make your way over there, Pinch, you look backwards, and as this cloud is spreading, for a moment that roaring stops. Very briefly, about a second. And then about at twice the speed, you hear that rumbling, and the spikes, you guys are following you. Like as you're dashing and running to the edge to get into that dome, these spikes are starting to follow you. So make your dashings, get into that orb, as you all need to roll me dex saves to see how badly you get impaled, as just this tsunami of rock is trying to get you killed here. So everyone do me a dex save as you try to make it to the dome.
Is he already crafting the dome?
Yes, it's almost finished. That's a 6, 13, 6. Clang, you're the only one that actually makes it unharmed.
Well, that
Gavorkov,
first 6, that's Ikmali's last roll. This is my current roll. So the
Okay, because you got it. We have to remember to flip between. That's a pain in the butt.
it was a little hard to see. Okay, so a 13 is going to make it. 6, 10, 11 is not going to make it. So let me roll. That is 11 piercing to you guys as you dive into the water and make your way into that dome. So I think it's a 10 by 10, right?
Yeah.
Does Greytooth need to make a dex, or is he far enough?
Greytooth needs to also make a dex save, yes.
Fuck!
Let me see. A 16, he makes it. As let me say that Greytooth moves over there and hides. You guys, you do make it. As you dive into the water, you see that the top of this dome is, as the glass is growing, finally covers the top. As you start seeing a monstrously large creature start moving into the space here. And you see it starts to move, and it stops here at the tree, where you see it sniffing it, and it's sort of like moving over. It's actually starting to rip that entire tree out of there. And as it does, you see all these growl start immediately converging towards it. And as they do, it's almost like its skin is absorbing them, as they almost like small fish on a whale, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remarked. Yeah.
Yeah. And they ignore after that. They ignore Chesty. You see though that as he is stomping over here, he does seem to try and find something that's here. It does seem to smell the air. You see he has got these whiskers that are these long stems that have little mushrooms at the ends of it, and kind of like the tendrils of these growls. You see that they sort of sniff in the air, and as if he's like a snake, almost tasting the air where something is. After a while, however, he seems to get very bored, and he lays down, and you see that he almost assimilates with the floor, where he kind of sinks in it, and there is almost like a hill that is just overgrown with mushrooms. And you guys can barely see that. You can hear sort of that rumbling though as he assimilates into the floor, and there's a sort of in small intervals this like a small earthquake, and what you can make out of that is that it seems to be snoring. It does seem to be sleeping and blocking the path over here, but for now the earthquakes, the spikes, all of that has stopped, and all these mushrooms they have assimilated to his body as well.
Pin sticks a hand out of the dome and waves it, just to see if there's a reaction.
There doesn't seem to be a reaction at the moment.
It's completely safe, guys.
Why don't I believe you?
Well, if you're so eager to prove me wrong, you can go out.
No, thank you.
Pin sticks his head out.
Okay.
You're
Your head is
asleep.
underwater, and you are and as that sound is there, you very quickly hear a rumbling of the earth. That becomes louder and louder as the Mushroom King starts rising out of the ground again.
Oh no. We return to the dome.
The dome
No, at first-
outside is brown in color. Can best camouflage with the stone beneath.
Oh, okay. By the way, the music to the thing.
Yeah, next one.
You know, at first I thought I maybe eaten something wrong, but that wasn't my stomach this time. He's still there, definitely.
Yeah, he's definitely still there. And as you move your head back, and it's quiet for a while, you hear that once again, that it gets more quiet, and there's this soft rumbling every now and then, as a sort of like a snoring. But it seems like the Mushroom King is quite a light sleeper. With small disturbance, he seems to be waking up. That, or he isn't that deep asleep yet. You have no idea. But for the moment, you're safe in that dome.
Oh, Shadow, you're fast, right?
Well, yes, but I don't know if I want to take my chances with that. Did you see what happened to that lady? And
Unfortunately, I did have very good eyes.
Yes, as she came running out of the forest, you saw like large pits in her skin started forming, and mushrooms started like growing out. It was really invasive, kind of reminded you of when you were fighting for the Dusk Rose, and you got impaled with those seeds that started growing out of your bodies.
Ew.
Do we see a screaming relief of her face in this mushroom in this hill?
You don't know yet. Nah, basically, what you see is if you think away the head, there's like a large hump that has a whole plethora of different mushrooms that's growing over its entire body.
The Blorba. Jesus.
Oh, what are we going to do with Blurb and Chesty? Are they going to be a distraction or what?
It can't die, so you can run around and piss on it if we want him to. But
Yeah, so basically, all these mushrooms ignored them and started moving on top of its body. Like all those ground mushrooms, they moved onto that body where they are, like I said, like whales, like small fish, that hang on. So they make their way back to you. Like, let me put all the companions over here. But you are able to recall them back. You do see that those gas clouds that are here, they are slowly dissipating, but they're still there at the moment. If you guys want to try and swim or make you run away, make your way through, that's a possibility. Pins, I would say, with your experience of constantly being in the Licorice caves and having to deal with these kind of mushrooms and the gas spores, you would know that if you give it a few hours, if you guys just spend the night, perhaps the next day, that will definitely be dissipated.
The clouds.
Yes,
I think we should burn it.
No, just kidding.
that's a possibility as well.
The
You know,
forest.
so we just stay here for a while, and eventually the wind will drift the clouds off, and this thing will probably be more deep asleep than it is right now. Or we can try to make a run for it and probably die.
I'm all for living.
All right.
not make a run for it.
You guys also are pretty low, so it would not be the worst idea to try and spend the night. You do know that the snow globe, like the tiny hut, it will last for 8 hours, so you're definitely able to all get a rest if that's what you would like.
Yes, please. I'm hurting.
Is it? Can we see outside?
Yes, you can. It's clear for you.
Hey, Xander. Can you
Yeah?
check Ikamale's armor, see if it's fully repaired yet?
It's a good
I
question.
know that I was working on his last time here, and he was unarmored as a result.
He's good.
Sure.
He's good. It says 20. I'm not seeing any negative modifier on it.
Okay, then I finished repairing it here. He just didn't have it equipped.
Yeah, true. Because you worked on it, but he was naked when you guys got ambushed.
So he can put that on here, and I will work to get rid of my negative modifier.
Yeah, that's good. Remember that you now get a +2, I think. Yeah, because
Yes,
yeah.
we did that that whole little spiel with it here last time.
Yes.
So I'll poke I'll come over here and poke Pins like, hey, put that pop here. We's gonna go ahead and repair the rest of the armor.
Put up. We're underwater. What if there's like a crack in the dome?
Has there ever been a crack in the dome?
Not yet. We've only used it twice.
And it's not gonna then it's not gonna be a problem here. And if there's a hole, we'll just spit on it and they'll fix it.
Yeah, I don't think the pub likes spit a whole lot. Also, I don't see any treats for him here underwater.
Gonna pull out the hammer that I have here and just kind of hold it in front of him and go, I've got to fix me armor. It's really good armor.
You know, you should really try to rely on nature more.
I mean, by all means, there's
For
a
fluff, I want there to be a loud ding
Dong! There's a dong!
as Clang just bonks him in the head.
Wolf, sick him!
No, just kidding.
You know,
I've got some stuff that I can burn for.
I'm not an anvil.
He'll.
Here you go.
Oh.
Hey, Pop, do you want to get out? We're underwater, though.
It's all right. I just got a club that I can use here.
Pop looks excited. He's never been in an underwater dome before.
Yeah, but it's okay. I got something for him to burn here. There's a club. It's got a club here.
Well, I guess it's a unique experience here. Okay, well, if you get him wet, I will make you wet.
You see,
Okay,
Pop
sounds
makes his
exciting.
little dancing motions as he's trying to imitate the water reflections.
Ding, ding, ding.
All
So I
right.
will go ahead and roll for the smith tools here.
Yes, go ahead.
Please roll
Pins
for
in
me.
the meantime. 13, that's good.
Hmm.
That will be a 10 natural because you get your +2, right? So you do manage to, with Bob, also get 4, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Pins, you see that
Oh, so I get
shadow.
4 of it? I can remove.
Yeah,
I can remove it entirely. Yes.
You see Wolf drooling. You see him look out intently, even though you can't truly see it because you're 10 feet down, but you know that where he's looking, that's where the Mushroom King is. And you see these big flaming eyes and that blue flame dripping as a drool, as it sizzles on the floor, landing. He seems infatuated, almost, and you feel that intent of that killing intent. And as you do, you feel some of Wolf's emotions, and Wolf has marked this target. This is a target that he wants to kill at some point. So you can write that down for yourself, because that knowledge will fade. So if you don't remember it yourself, you will forget about it. But Wolf has targeted the Mushroom King, has marked the Mushroom King.
There we go. Oh, nice and fixed up here, isn't it? Hey, Pins, the eyes is glowing.
Yeah, there's done that since we exited the cave. You know.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Your armor is perfect again. It's as new. It's glossy. It looks like it's waxed. You look beautiful. It's up and top again.
And I will do the stupid thing and pat Pop on the head here, saying, good job here. Oh, he burns, he burns.
Well, you did promise it something to burn.
That's true. Shadow is leaning against the wall here, and she says,
I did give him a club. I no longer have that
true.
in my
That's true.
inventory.
That club is starting to get burned to cinders. Shadow will say, well, since there's nothing else to do, I'm just gonna get some shut-eye. And she leans against the dome, and you see her head falls down to her chest, and she starts sleeping. Gavokov, what are you doing?
He's gonna take a look at that book that Shadow handed him.
Ah, okay. Sure. So you take out the book. You see it has this really nice deep blue leather covering. And it feels quite heavy. You've had many a book in your hands, and this book feels particularly heavy for the size that it is.
Okay, interesting. He is going to cast Identify. Ritual cast.
Okay. As you cast Identify, you feel some pretty strong magic coming off there. Some kind of holy magic.
Very interesting. Is there... Does he know if it's enchanted?
It doesn't seem like it's enchanted. It seems to be some kind of innate magic. And strange as it is, you feel it come from the book, but it's not the book itself.
Okay. He's gonna open it up and start reading through it.
Okay. As you start reading, it does really seem like a almost like a study guide, where it talks about, like I said, the similarities between the habitation of trolls and dragons. And as you leaf through this book a while, you start feeling a strange. The book doesn't feel properly solid as you sort of like go with your finger over the pages. It's like there's a hole, and as you start leafing through, you see that at some point the pages have become unreadable as the center has been deliberately hollowed out, and there is a sealed glass vial inside of the hollowed out section.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, who would want to do that to a nice book?
He'll look up and see who's awake at this point.
Vince is awake.
Vince is awake. That's up to Clang as well, whether he's awake or not.
Let's say Kling is already asleep. He was in a bad state here.
That's true. So Vince is awake. Clang, Ukumale, and Shadow are sleeping.
Okay. Would we be seated like how it is here?
That's up to you. You can place yourself wherever you want.
If you would have started fiddling with the book, Vince would have started here, and now he's here.
Staring, looking in his direction? Looking at Gab?
You would see him looking at you now and then, yes.
Okay. He won't take the potion out. He'll place his hand on it and ritually cast Identify that way.
Okay. As you cast Identify again, you feel... Oh, no, you did Detect Magic first, right?
No, I did Identify in both.
Oh, Identify. So you notice that the magic that you felt definitely came from this vial. And as these... almost like your dusk rose item, like you see kind of feathers and symbols that you read and that you understand through this magic, and you understand that this is a glass vial that contains the first exhaled breath of a newborn unicorn.
Oh, what the fuck?
What the fuck? That is cool. But also, what the fuck?
Does he know any
Yeah.
properties that it has to identify, or no clue?
No, you don't know what it's used for. All you know is that it must have been, you do know, you've heard, no, you know what? You read a lot. Let me roam in history to see if you know anything, if you ever heard about unicorns.
Okay. Yes, they just find an ingredient to the potion of immortality. Let's see. 14.
14. Okay. You've heard of unicorns. You've read about it, and they seem to be these super rare mythical creatures that are full of holy power and magic and light. And you know that whatever this vial is, this is extremely rare. Unicorns only get a newborn every 1,000 years. And this is the first exhaled breath. So however they did it, you have no fucking clue. All you know that this is priceless. And that whatever it does, it must have to do with the compelling of some kind of evil.
Okay. To compel evil.
Yeah, or like maybe I'm using the wrong word.
The breath of unicorn compels you.
Yeah. To advert it perhaps, or you know that's what unicorns
Subdue.
Okay.
yeah, to subdue, for instance, or to lift something, because you know that unicorns' horns and magic is often used
Okay.
to break the darkness.
Okay.
So you would have to go. Yeah. So you would have to go to someone who would know about these things
Mhm.
to really figure out what it's used for. You just know that it's very valuable,
Mhm.
and that whoever like put it in this book probably knew that it was hidden away in a book that no one out of their own free will would choose out of a
Yeah.
bookcase and decide to read.
So let's see where is it. Yeah. He is then gonna close the book, gonna pull out a silver wire, and he's gonna start outlining the book with it while ritually
Okay.
casting alarm.
All right. You do that. So you spend some time doing that, after which you finish. Clang has fallen asleep. So if Kamali and Shadow Pins, is there something you would still like to do before you sleep?
Yeah, just before Clang would completely doze off, he was starting to go to sleep. Pins would at that point go like,
Hey, Clank, can I read one of those books to fall asleep? You got an extra book, right?
You ain't gonna use it for toilet papers.
No, don't worry about that. Don't use toilet paper.
Oh my god.
Like a proper goblin. Good. It's always good to see one of our own doing things that's proper. And he'll take out one of his trashy romance novels and hand it to him.
What's this one called?
He just reads the thing, the tie cheese. He's talking about the title. He just can't say it right.
I don't know what the title says.
It's what's a good one here? I gotta figure out a good title for this. Here.
What? These letters of bosoms and buttocks. What?
No, I'm not done with that one. Here, give me that. Here.
No. You already gave it to me. I'm gonna read this now.
No, but just don't lose me place.
Yeah.
And he's going to take the book and start flicking through it. First, seeing quickly if there's any pictures.
Oh, newsflash! There's no pictures.
Great. It's going to take me 5 days to read through this.
It's the fun of it.
Yeah.
He starts flicking through it slowly until Clang falls asleep.
Oh
All
God!
right.
But while he's going through that and Shadow has fallen asleep, he keeps scooting over closer to Shadow until he's like right next to her.
All right.
And he keeps looking at Gav to see if Gav notices.
Gav is eyeing you
Oh,
every so
yeah.
often, but he seems to be more invested in his book.
Yeah, and then Pins wants to basically check out some of the daggers that Shadow had that look familiar to him that she was
All
using
right.
earlier.
Yeah,
Ooh,
go ahead.
my.
Do you want to try and take one, or do you want to just look at it up close?
He wants to get real up close, but he doesn't want to touch her yet.
Okay, so you put your face almost against it, as she is currently holding one dagger in her hand while she's sleeping, and the other, you see several daggers. She has these straps that are wrapped around her body with these little hooks, and there seem to be about 6 or 7 blades attached to those, and it seems like she can toss them. And when you look at those hooks, they have a rune on them. And when you look at the one that she's holding in her hand, roll me perception.
Oh my
A
Oof.
10. Well, you know what? The only thing you recognize is like, hey, the handle, that one seems to have a similar symbol. That's definitely something you can conclude just with a quick glance.
I want to take out my dagger and compare it.
All right. You take out your bejeweled dagger, and when you look at it and you look at the hilt, you see that although it's not the same symbol, it has also a symbol on it that has a really dull glow. It's sort of carved in it, and it has a dull glow. And roll me an insight. 14. From what Govolkov has told you about your dagger, you can surmise, you're smart enough to understand that whatever enchantment is on your dagger, that is also permanently, though, enchanted on Shadow's daggers. You just know that yours has a very faint glow. Hers are a bit more, it's also a dull glow, but not as much as yours. And as the hooks and the hilts are both enchanted, you have the feeling that these automatically teleport back to the hooks on her body.
Crap. Okay. He starts extending his hand towards the dagger, but he stops himself.
Because you're smart. Okay. As she gets closer,
and then he looks up at her face to see if she's still asleep.
you reach out for the dagger, and as you think, I better make sure whether she's still sleeping, and you look at her, you see those blue piercing eyes looking straight into yours.
You're a light sleeper.
There's no response, and from her entire position, and how dark it is outside, you would know that you're the only one that can see that her eyes are open, and she doesn't seem to make any movement to betray that she is awake to anyone else.
I'm going to go over here. Yeah.
He shuffles away.
As you shuffle away, you see those eyes close again, and she continues sleeping. As far as you're concerned.
Well, for the rest of the night, he's going to leaf through that book, sort of
This
halfly.
All right. Do you actually stay awake the whole night, or are you going to sleep as well? Because you would
no,
get exhaustion.
He will take a long rest. He's just
okay.
with the book.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, you do that as your light activity. You leaf through the book until you get really tired and you fall asleep. Until you guys.
Mm.
Okay.
Mm.
you guys start seeing these sun rays, as this is actually a really beautiful way to wake up. Klein, you're the first one to notice. You went to bed early. Your armor is perfectly in order again. You feel happy. And as you groggily open your eyes and rub your eyes a little, you look and you see a ceiling of the water surface with sun rays coming through it. And it's one of the most beautiful things you've ever seen. You've never woken up on the water before.
Yeah, it's a bit of an odd feeling. Don't know if I should like it or if I should wonder what the fuck's gonna happen. Questions for future Clang. In the meantime, gets me repaired armor on. Get rid of this here poison status. Is it gone? Can't tell.
I think so, but I'm definitely not gonna be the first one to step out.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that either. Looks like we're stuck in here for a bit.
Gvorkov, as you wake up, Shadow isn't there.
Okay. He's gonna dial up her sphere. Hey, yo, girl, where you at?
Oh my god.
I'm thinking of how I respond to that.
Sorry,
you hear...
made the call a little too early before I woke up fully. So I don't see you here. Where'd you go?
I made sure all the pets were okay. Whatever that big mound is, it's almost but all disappeared in the ground. There's a forest of mushrooms, but it seems to be fast asleep. Whatever it's doing, as long as we're quiet, I think we can make our way around it.
She does realize that there's nothing but a bunch of clanky peoples, right?
Yeah, so we got three idiots here with heavy armor.
Well, that's why I went and made sure your mounts are okay. Because I think they are pretty stealthy. And as long as they climb on top of them, I think they should be able to make their way through quietly as possible, perhaps. That is my hope, at least. I mean, I know I'll make it, but then I'm stuck with you.
Since when is that a bad thing?
Is that Shadow? Are you talking to Shadow? Did she say anything weird about last night?
No? Why?
Oh, okay. Don't worry about it.
Prince is wondering about last night.
I didn't know you was into humans, so Pins.
No, I'm not. Here's your book back.
Oh, there you go. Wait. Where's my book? Where's my bookmarker?
Can you go through the book to find your bookmarker? You find it at some point,
Oh, thanks.
and you're looking like you do a quick read, like, oh yeah, this is the page I was at, and as you go from one page to the next, it doesn't make any sense. You don't understand it, but maybe it's just early.
I'm going to investigate my book.
I'm going to go feed Greytooth. Bye.
I'm going to investigate my book.
All right, rolling investigation is 7. Well, you're
Seems
not.
alright.
You're not the most learned of goblins, but it's definitely strange. As the one page ends and the next page starts, it seems like those two sentences don't connect. And it almost feels like perhaps a page is missing. Or perhaps the writer just had a lapse of whatever and just didn't connect the 2 pages properly.
Something is very sus here.
Oh my god.
I will use that. I will use that if I can.
But yeah, that is what you discover. You feel like, that is really weird. That doesn't make any sense. It's like I'm missing a piece. That's it.
All right. Just put my bookmarker back in where it was, and then we just go.
All right.
Let's make our ways out quietly then.
Nice and quiet now.
Yeah, everyone has too many questions about bosoms and buttocks.
What?
You're not into the thing here. You're not over here. You can't hear us.
You roll me a stealth, or if you just normally walking up there, you can do that too.
Well, there's a tyrant of the caves is right next to us.
Yes, he is. So, okay, roll me a stealth. I would suggest it. Very good. You do a 23. You see Shadow. You find her by Greytooth and Snow. And she winces when she sees one of you come out of the water, but you're so quiet that she quickly maintains her normal posture. Yeah. And she tells you, she whispers really quietly to you, let's take him to the dome, so that the noisy ones can try to get away quietly as well. And you two, she will start guiding Snow, because Greytooth, you have Greytooth, to the dome where everyone is waiting. So that you can make your way out of here, hopefully without waking the Mushroom King.
It's right over the mount.
Yeah, I was gonna wait for Ikamali and Clank to leave first. Yeah, he's gonna be the last one to leave on Shadow. Yes, a
for
whistle.
the Alpha Void Beast? For Wraith?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello?
Okay.
Omnia, can you not hear us?
Omnia can't hear us.
Let's see. Sent her a message.
Alright. Because this time it's not me.
I will be back in 20 seconds.
Okay.
That's an awful quick trip. Hello?
Hey.
Hello?
Oh, I don't know what happened. I just suddenly couldn't hear anything anymore. Okay, I have no idea what happened.
Well, come back.
Sorry, but yeah, my question was that a whistle that you got for
Yeah.
Wraith or not? Okay, so maybe not blow it.
Yeah.
I don't know. But that's up to you guys. So Wraith and Shadow are both there, and you guys will be able to get on top of them. And roll the stealth with Greytooth and Snow to make your way out. Remember that Snow and Greytooth are big enough to actually carry 3 goblins, so you guys are going to be fine.
Okay. So, who would like to do the roll?
For which
Let's
one?
do what?
For stealth?
Yeah, for the mount. Because we can all fit on one.
I don't have the mount. I don't have the Greytooth, or I don't have the Pounce Cat character sheet up. So
Yeah.
y'all can
I'll
roll
go
it.
ahead and I'll roll it. we die, it's not my fault.
If you're rolling for snow, you have advantage.
Okay.
True.
28.
That's perfect. You guys make it past, and although you feel that soft rumbling, it's like a snoring once again. And you guys actually make it around. Pins, you were right. Those big poison clouds that were hanging around, that area over here on the left side, they have dissipated. And as you guys make your way over this strange sort of natural bridge over the lake, you are passing those bodies, and you see the woman and the man, like their face in a grotesque sort of scream in their death, and these large mushrooms growing out of their mouths and their eyes and their other orifices. And you quickly try to forget about that image. And you guys travel on. And you safely make your way back. You keep moving until you're about here. And it's up to you guys what you will do now. You have, of course, your teleportation circle. You can use that, but other than that, you guys can go wherever you want to go. As you guys are moving, you have the chance to talk to each other. With the stealth rolls you have been getting, I'm going to say that you guys are able to get past most of the things in the swamp. You do see here and there, you see some monsters. You Pins know especially, some of these are really dangerous. You manage to steer away mostly from the really swampy places, like the really water-filled places, where sometimes the water is treacherous and it's a lot deeper than it looks, and things like the Mushroom King can suddenly emerge from there. But you make it out of the swampy parts, back into the more dry forest parts that surround Clear Lake.
Alright. Can I make a call to Robertson?
Yes, you can.
Give it. Hey, Robertson.
Oh,
Robertson.
hi, Mr. Pins. How have you been?
We figured mission accomplished.
Oh, Mr. Pins, you have no idea. It's not like I have no faith in you, but like no one's managed and people died, so I thought for sure he's dead. But you know what? I started to organize this entire reception in honor of your death, but now we can just make it a welcome party.
This is wonderful. Will there be coffee?
Yeah, if you bring the packages, there will be a lot of things.
Yeah, we have the packages. Also, well, there is something very important. We made a deal.
The deal was there's going to allow a courier, but only if they use the password for the Doom Squad.
Yes, there's one courier is allowed to go through the area, and that's basically the one that you give the password.
Yep, and I will tell him that.
Okay. Doom Squad. Interesting, but I like it,
That's the deal. If you bring any other courier, they're going to die, and you will lose your packages.
Okay, I'll build very careful. Don't you worry. I have a master plan for how we can conquer all of Aetheros with our magic coffee, and you're gonna be a part of it.
I can't wait. That sounds very awesome.
Yeah, I know. That's me, Awesome Robertson.
I thought your name was... alright. Okay, bye!
Goodbye! And then you break the connection.
So I just wanted to complete that.
Do we have any more missions near here? Or are we all done?
Other than getting this stuff over to the blacksmith and the questionable goods here, no, not for much else here.
Well, about that,
Once we finish,
I'm not so sure we can actually enter Clear Lake at the moment, There's a whole siege that's happening. with a giant, massive army of like werewolves. Now they were gonna sneak past those.
Well, we
surely they'll open the door if they see us, right?
You figure that answer would be no. Logically thinking, you figure that maybe the only way in would be through the docks, but even that you're not sure about.
What I'm thinking is, I have this scroll, or I think playing you the scroll, we can teleport to the farm place. For the next mission.
That's good enough. Yeah, let's go ahead. He'll pull out the black scroll.
Mm-hmm.
And I will bring up the black scroll just because, well, let's face it.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. I don't think anybody's seen it. So here it is, the black scroll. And we'll go ahead and say, think the words teleport us. And say, all right, everybody, hold on.
Hey,
hold on to what?
Mate.
And as you all say that, hold on to what? Like you see this distortion start coming from this page that Clang is holding, and Pins, to you this seems somewhat familiar, as this happened to you when you were drawing that big circle on the wall in the bathhouse. But this large circle starts growing, and time sort of starts slowing down, and you hear Clang's words slow down, and you all get sucked inside and spit out the other end, and you actually find yourself all the way here now, up north, near Humber Oak, where I will place you guys.
Not a good.
And you find yourselves at the bottom of here.
Sorry about that, Snow.
You see Snow sort of cough up a hairball. But other than that, you all seem good. Everyone's there. Everyone still has their fingers and their toes. And as you make your way up the road, it's early in the morning, and you start seeing the road goes uphill, and you see kind of a large building. It seems fenced off, has a large gate. There's lots of really pretty trees. It seems very manicured. Looks like whoever lives here is very well off. And as you start approaching, you see the trails of carriages that have been carrying heavy loads. You see the tracks of those. Like it's a heavily used road. Moving close.
Should we go to Frosty Loot? What is interaction with these Yumis?
We said
she was a little buggy last time, if you remember.
She was what?
Buggy.
She's learned a lot.
She's gonna stay buggy as long as we don't use her.
Yeah, she has learned a lot. You remember that she was able to speak in full sentences now, thanks to Flynn.
We might have to tuck her back in because she was starting to remember things about when she was alive.
Wait, what?
And plop, she comes out.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, good morning. What a beautiful day. I'm so happy to be traveling with my favorite companions.
Good morning, Miss Frost. We're here to get some of your help.
Oh, I would love to help. What is it that I could assist with?
Well, we need your persuasive skills to get through and hopefully not be
Who the fuck is this? You hear Shadow say.
Oh yeah.
Don't think about it. It's Goblin magics.
Oh, good afternoon, my lady. I am Miss Frost. Good to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, this is a magical apparition from our home. It's very powerful, but also it needs interactions to evolve and better function.
You know what? Forget I asked. I don't want to know. As the
Pinkies are really fickle, right? Because everyone answers and they don't.
And she turns with you guys and she keeps moving with you guys and she says, well, whatever I could do to assist, I happily do so. It's been so long since I smelled fresh air. Are those apples? I think they are.
They might be. Well, it's been so long since I've used this voice. It hurts my throat. It absolutely hurts my throat.
Please don't bring up apples and peaches. I've read enough about that in Clank's book.
I see
You're reading a cooking book?
No,
Yeah, there is definitely cooking something up.
Oh, I love cooking. But I think I prefer herbalism. Yes, I seem to know quite a bit. Perhaps I've learned from that Mr. Flynn.
Well, that's handy. But at the moment, we just need you to help us make it through the gate.
Okay. And as you guys approach the gate, you see two figures. You see one very fancy clad man next to a gigantic orc. It's a strange sight. This orc is... he's wearing some furs and you see these really thick leather straps and large weapons. This must be some kind of perhaps bodyguard to the otherwise fancy looking man. You see he has slick black hair that's been combed backwards and he has like a little stripe of gray in his hair. You see also around his body are some furs, but he's wearing very expensive leather and gloves. As you guys see this over here, and if you scroll down you'll be able to see the bodyguard. So the first one is the fancy man you see. He is a little chubby. He is quite short, still tall compared to you, but for a human pretty short. The orc, however, is very large. He looks gruff. He is covered in scars. There are spikes protruding from his shoulder pads through the furs. There's a large animal skulls that are hanging from his waistband. And you see several very sharp but crude weapons. These rolls are for?
First D4 is for my shield, the augment shield.
Oh,
the second
right,
D4 is the Wreath of Dusk recharges.
Right. All right, sweetie. Oh my God, I'm sorry.
Oh my.
As you guys move up, you see that the man in fancy clothing starts walking up towards you guys, and with kind of like a this heavy voice, he says, "Oh, good afternoon. I knew I got a ping that my quest was being accepted, and I immediately made it out to greet you all. How have you been? My name is Barthol." Oh my God, my guys, far more. Thank you. Almost fucking ruined that. And you see that this orc is keeps really close to him, like a little bit of a distance, but definitely sharply watching you all. And he does a little bow and he says, "Oh, you must be weary from your travels. Well, please come further in. I would love to have a discussion about, well, the contract that we're about to make, of course. Have you all been provided for, or would you like to eat or drink something, perhaps?
Well, to be honest, we've recently come across a loss of our provisions. So if you've any you could spare, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, I could eat. Do you have coffee?
Oh, I do, my man. The best. Of course. Please come in. And he starts leading you through these gates over here to some sort of what looks like kind of a courtyard. And he leads you through another set of. You guys go over here. And there are some tables and chairs set up, and you see that some worker comes by and he tells him, gives him some kind of command. The worker disappears into the house, and after some time he comes back and you sit in the gardens with him, where a table is being set, where there is food and drinks, and also a large sack with provisions are being provided for you. Actually, you guys, yeah?
We're going through the back, it'd be this way, right?
Yeah. The mounts are set outside. They are being watered and fed by one of the helps over here. There's another.
Don't forget to move Iki there.
Oh yes, you're right.
Yes. Sorry. Yes. So one of the workers takes all these to the inner place here, where all of them are getting food and drink, and basically get some rest and get brushed and stuff by some of the staff. As you guys make your way over here. In the garden, where you all also get your drinks, your food, provisions. He seems very interested in the frosty loot, as he says, "Oh, I wasn't expecting such pleasant company. Unusual to." Well, as she's actually clad as a lady, not in any adventuring clothing. And he gives her a special seat, and he seems to be very tending to what he thinks her needs are. At some point, he looks at you all and he says, well, not to be rude, but some time has passed, and I would love to get to business. And he leans over to you, Clank, says, "You look very formal in your armor. You're the one that actually carries the sigil of the Elites Guild." And he says, "Are we discussing it in front of the lady, or are we taking business elsewhere?"
No one ever reacts like that in front of Shadow. What's so different?
Well, Shadow looks like an assassin.
Well, Pins doesn't see the difference. They're both pink.
Yeah.
Well, it's...
Perhaps it would be best if I discuss business here.
Are you sure about that?
For now, he'll eye the orc here, who is many, many heads taller than himself. And then the human, and go, "I'm quite certain. For now." And he'll... Actually, that's a good question here. He'll whisper to Pins and Goblin, "Just keep your eyes peeled."
I always have my eyes peeled. They're like literally ablaze.
Pins, you drink coffee like a maniac. And this, you see that as this worker comes back, he sees the coffee pot is empty, and there's a small blush on his cheeks as he thinks, "Crap, did I not do it right?" And you see like a little bit of panic as he quickly moves into the house to make to brew another pot, and I hope that his master hasn't noticed. But he leans back in his chair and he says, all right. He says, well, Master, how am I to call you?
I am Kling.
Ah, fine, strong name. I like it. Now, of course, to the matter of business, I and my house, for generations, we have been the ones to serve Aradale of the finest wine in Aradale. And now this new family has come along, the Silverbucks. Well, this year, they have won a contract. And just to be clear on all sides, this contract is something that the noble houses of Aradale hold every year. There is a competition, so to say, and whoever wins that competition that year, they get the sole contract of serving and delivering wine to the noble's borough, basically. And his honor has always fallen upon my family, but now it has fallen upon them, and I don't trust it. There's something foul that is going on there. I have never lost this competition, and the land that they are building on, there is something strange about that.
How strange
yes,
do you figure?
Strange in a way that land, my man, has been cursed for years. Nothing has been able to grow there for an eternity. And now, since the Silverbucks have moved in, somehow they have managed to, in about a year's time, to make this into a fully blossoming winery. It's unheard of. It takes years to make something like that work, and that the quality of their grapes and the like would be that great. It's just, there has to be some foul play. There has to be something involved. I've never seen the like.
You'll have to forgive me here. This merely seems like it's drifting from rivalry to outright paranoia. Cursed how? How would this land be cursed? Do you have some knowledge of story?
I do, of course. And he slips his fingers, and one of the workers comes running along, and he says, the documents, please. And he quickly nods, and he runs off, and he comes back, with some documents in a leather binder. And he says, see, I some time ago wanted to buy the land. Because, the buildings stood there already, and the grounds, they just needed to be worked, I thought. And I bought the place, and it was my first time around this area. And I actually got my money back because I was schemed into buying this cheap place that had this huge grounds. And however, nothing grows there. Apparently, a family has been tortured and murdered there, and the ground has, ever so been cursed to the point where there's nothing you can do about it. And he shows you a document of that shows that he had bought the area, and he also shows you papers of a lawsuit and a case that he has won against the seller, because indeed they did do research on it, and the ground indeed seems completely, they the documents show that they don't know the exact cause, but after a long time, about a year or 3 of researching this place, it was confirmed that nothing was able to grow there. Everything there died. The water became stagnant and started to grow mold and rot. And the wells would stink enormously. And whatever was growing there would wither and die if it came up at all. And afterwards, he continues, well, afterwards, of course, because, the Era del Barro was deeply embarrassed, and for me to keep my mouth shut about this ever happening, they allowed me to buy another piece of land, which is where we currently reside. And it's... Well, I will be honest, I took advantage of the moment, and this ground here is rich in clay and all kinds of nutrients, and it is the reason why, year after year, I have been winning the contract. But now, as you can see from the documents, I do not understand how they have been able to turn this around. From what I could recover, if you need more proof, this is the oldest I could find, and he pulls out another document, and it seems very old. The paper seems almost brittle. As he says, this is the oldest deed I could find. Originally, the brewery, it was a brewery instead of a winery, and it was called the Stranger's Tide. And whatever ill happened over there, the stories will be different from person to person, but in general stay the same. Family had some awful accident happen, either got murdered or some strange rituals happened over there. Whatever the case, family caused the ground to be cursed, and it's never been lifted ever since.
As he's saying all of this, does contacting through the sphere, is that mentally? Or do you have to make signs of activation?
You would have to activate the sphere, and he would see that you are trying to do that. You would have to walk away if you want to do it inconspicuously.
Okay.
And that would mean drawing attention to yourself by excusing yourself.
Yes. So, I was gonna say, this all sounds very interesting. They either found a way to manipulate that curse or removed it altogether. And me being a man that takes interest in the arcane, both instances are piquing my curiosity. And if my compatriots here are interested, I am interested in this job.
Then we will investigate.
Oh,
Surely I don't expect too much here. But if there is foul magics afoot here, then rest assured we will find them.
I would be ever so grateful. That is a weight off my shoulders. Well, if you choose to accept this quest, my request is twofold. First, I would like you to discover how the silverbugs managed to grow such an abundance of fruit from the, and he does quotation marks, cursed earth of the now honeysuckle vineyard. And the other is, I would like you to discover, if possible, the secret ingredient of the process of their honeysuckle vintage. Because, like I said, I feel like there's something unnatural about it. The way that the nobility and aristocracy was raving about it seemed quite unnatural to me. I've never seen such a reaction.
What you're asking for is dipping deep into espionage.
Well, my friend, I'd like to call it inspection of wares.
Merchants. He's just kind of shake his head. He'll lower his head and shake it visibly. Merchants. Call it what you will. If there's no law against it, I see no reason why we can't do so here stealthily. And
I would say that as long as you do it stealthily and don't get caught, there is no law.
Which means there might be a law.
There's definitely a law against this. Considering what you're asking of us is clearly against the law. Here's what we can do. We can inform you instead of whether or not that secret ingredient is one that manipulates the mind. I'm sure with that information you can take down such a corrupt and vile enterprise.
Well, see, I would have to need proof.
Of course.
Listen. I know your reputation as the Elites Guild, and he looks at you, Kling, and he says, I know that they accept my quest knowing its contents. And they entrusted it to you. So, obviously, they felt like you could handle it. But, if there is any hesitation, I am willing to double my reward if you come back with such proof.
Damn, that blows what I was about to say right out of the water, damn it.
Vince looks at Shadow and says,
Well, there's definitely clarity among the sparrows, right?
And that's Thieves' Cant for... Do you think this guy's full of shit?
Okay. You look at Shadow, and Shadow looks at you, blank face, like she always does. And then she says, it's definitely the weather for it. And she says, basically what she conveys to you, because it takes a while, right? Thieves' Cant, I think, takes a certain amount of time to convey a message. Basically, she says, no, but suspicious.
Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm.
So the original price was 2,500 gold pieces, and he says that if you bring proof, so if you actually bring proof of this secret ingredient, and if you know what it is, he'll double it.
Okay. So, but we've already made certain that we told him if it is of a foul nature, we will inform him of it.
We will. Well, yes. We won't tell him the ingredient. We'll inform him that it is manipulating people's minds.
Proof.
Yeah. So proof. He wants you to bring whatever the secret ingredient is. Yeah. He wants you to bring it to him if it is found.
So Gavis gonna say,
boy.
It's not a matter of reward. You see, the thing is, if we bring you this information, if we bring you this ingredient, and word comes out that we were the ones that did it.
No. That I understand the rules of the Elite Guild quite well. I will never bring blemish on their name. I am quite too attached to my life. Don't you worry about that. I don't just need the job done. That's all.
Looks over at the orc. Yes, evidently so.
You see that you see the orc sort of like grunt a little, like huff a little. As you say that.
No, I don't. I don't speak orc. That would have been if I was a little bit more intelligent. I would have chosen orcish. Damn.
It would fit, yeah.
It would definitely fit with you.
Well, yeah. He likes hanging out with orcs.
And you know what?
Oh no.
Roll me. Roll me a history, please.
Oh, please. 18.
18.
Yes.
Okay, 18. Okay. You have spent a lot of time with Bob. Bob, I don't know if you remember, but Bob is that very, very big goblin that you guys are not sure how he got so big and that works at the Shadow Shack. You like Bob. Bob is big. Bob is bulky. Let me actually find a picture of Bob. But when this orc sort of grunts and makes certain noises, it reminds you of Bob. It reminds you of those strange dialect that Bob has. And very brokenly, you are able to actually speak and understand orc. Because Bob is not a goblin.
Oh my gosh.
Just so you guys see, to remember, this is Bob.
Oh, I thought I knew. I thought the tusks looked familiar. Oh, it's not that goblins don't have tusks; they're just not nearly as pronounced.
Because Bob, as you remember, was adopted. And
oh yeah, it's a good thing we didn't eat him.
Turns out he's not a goblin. So you kind of make that connection in your mind as you think, no wonder it was so difficult to really get on Bob's level. But you speak orc very broken. But you're able
put
to
that on my
sort of,
sheet.
you may put that on your sheet that you speak orc very broken and understand
Broken
it too.
orc. I will
Yes.
put that on. Yes. Oh gosh. Yes. All right. Broken orc. I'll have to find some language books on that here, but yes, Bob. Yes. And hopefully he'll speak in broken orc to the big orc here, and just simply say, and as gruff of tone as he can muster here. They paying you, yeah?
Rummel, like you see one corner of his mouth goes up, and he sort of makes a sort of like a thumbs up sign to you, like because he's sitting kind of more backwards behind the guy so the guy can see it. But he does that smirk and like a thumbs up, and he sort of nods at you as he looks you up and down. And you gather from this that he's kind of impressed that you speak the orc tongue.
A little halfling can actually speak orc.
Yeah. It seems to surprise him. And when he looks at you, that really gruff, angry look looks less gruff and angry. Still angry and gruff, but his face just grew that way.
Well, they're grim people. They're grim people here, and Bob's always pretty gruff.
Exactly.
Never knew why we called him Bob. It's a human name. Human names are weird. Very well. We will investigate this honeysuckle winery.
Fantastic. Well, however much time you need, please let me know. And of course, he hands you a black card that has the same sigil on it. It's completely blank, except for that sigil that's also on your contract that you got in Clang, and he hands it to you. And it also it has like the seal of the Elite Guild on it. And he says, of course, per usual. And you don't know what per usual means, but he hands you that little card. And it does look like some kind of contact card. Roll me an insight.
I shall indeed roll insight. 10.
10. You're not sure what this is, but you only know that it's probably best to just go along with it.
Of course. And he'll pocket it for now.
No.
And, like your guild provides, no traces with that card, of course. Just let me know when the deed is done and when to expect you.
Now,
Of course.
for us to have an inn with the Honeysuckle Winery, we will undertake a job from them, but that's just to get close.
Ah, that is genius. I like it. I knew I could put my trust in the Elite Guild. The best for the best.
You see us transporting some of their goods, you know what we're up to.
Ah, he winks at you. He says, I like it. The brains of the group, I see.
I'm sure we'll be one of the escorts that go without any accidents. Yes?
Sorry, he says. He looks at you. He looks at you in confusion. Excuse me?
No.
It's a long story.
Oh.
Nothing to worry much about. We'll handle everything.
Just trust me, I have a mark on my head because of some fool who went and decided to cry to his daddy.
Should I be worried that this has some kind of backlash to my mission?
No, just something annoying that may crop up due to our proximity. That is all.
As long as it doesn't affect me.
What he's trying to say is, don't worry, we got this.
See, that's all I want to hear. Alright, well, I don't want to rush you along, but I want to rush you along.
Can I have some coffee to go? Perhaps we have like a flask.
Of course. It's all packed in there.
Yeah. I'm gonna contaminate the coffee.
Oh God.
I have some curative left here.
True, you do.
And how many packs of coffee did they give us here for our?
When you look in, it actually has a flask that you Pins especially, you recognize this. Two people's had it. All of you recognize because Garth had one, and Pins, you recognize it because Robertson had one too. It's a large flask that has a stopper on both ends. If you open one end, the gold end, it's hot. If you open the silver end, it's cold. So there's sort of like this boiling water in there, and there is a pack for brewing the coffee for about 10 cups or so.
Okay.
I'll take that. Thank you very much.
Since Kling is the pack horse here for the most part, he'll investigate the provisions first to make sure that it's good here, and he's going to sneakily spike that flask.
Okay, yeah. Because you are handed the sack, because the Berthel seems to be mostly communicating directly with you, Kling. So you get handed a pack. You definitely have a chance to do it. Roll me perception pins, and you roll me a sleight of hand if you try to do it secretly.
Secretly, yes, I am. No.
Okay. You feel pretty good. You kind of hold the sack like over, and you spike that flask. Pins, you know definitely something's up. He's hiding something, and you smell the fragrant smell of the dry coffee beans, and as your eyes sort of drift naturally toward it, you look at Wolf, who is lingering around, and for a blink. For just a second, you sort of gain that vision through Wolf, and you see Klang spike something. He does something to that water. So you definitely know that. Klang, you check the provisions. There is, like I said, about 10 cups for coffees in there. There's a wine flask in there. There are 2 water flasks in there. And there's a whole bunch of dried meats. When you look at it, looks very well done meat, like bacons and hams and like kind of expensive meats that have been pickled and stuff. A lot of stuff that you don't generally eat if you hadn't come to Clear Lake. So
everything seems to be in order. Of course.
Yes, and well, if that's all, your mounts have been cared for, they've been fed, they have gotten watered. Of course, we have the crystal kind here. So you know that makes it so that your mounts don't have to drink for at least 24 hours and eat for 24 hours. They got a special kind of food. Yeah. Bunch of meat.
Yeah, all right. Very well then. We'll be on our way, so as not to further impose.
All right. All right. Well, thank you very much. And he makes a bow. And you see, he specifically doesn't shake any hands. It seems like, it seems like he feels a little above you guys to shake your hand. But at the same time, also, he's scared of you. So you don't know which one exactly it is, but he definitely seems to hold a lot of respect and some kind of fear for the Elite Guild.
Oh,
so he
because
does.
I'm also wearing my was it the pin for, more specifically, their symbol for being part of the Knights of Clear Lake.
Absolutely.
Black Knight. Yep.
Yeah, so. Yeah. So you see that if you pay attention to that, you see that when he eyes it, he definitely stays at a distance. He seems to be intimidated by that. So he bows and he says, well, I have some business to attend to. I'll let Ramol here walk you out. Thank you very much, and I hope to hear from you soon. And he quickly kind of makes himself, moves into the house. Ramol nods, and he moves over here. He says, I'll show you the way. And he says to you in a broken orc, or to me, he doesn't say it, but it's hard for you to understand, Clang. He says, best of luck.
I hear luck good. I feel like,
yeah, good. Yeah, luck much good.
I'll reply back, we away, and give him a decent salute, warrior salute.
Okay, he likes that. He sort of like grabs your wrist and he shakes like a really firm shake. You have very tiny arms. So almost your entire arm disappears in his really large hand. And as he does, he sort of pulls you towards him. And you hear him say sort of softly in his ear, what you understand is, trust not, all see.
Trust not, all see. Trust not.
And then he lets you go, and he leads you guys out of the gate.
Pretty close to the first meeting with the big one, huh?
Hey, orcs is good. Orcs are good
I'm
people.
not judging either you.
Orcs are good people, of course. Very, very rich history. Oop, that is the wrong place. There we go.
As you guys move, Gavorkov, as you walk next to
Holy hell, Fizz is that far down already. It's coffee.
As you walk next to the Frosty Luge, she sort of leans over to you and she says, Master Gavorkov?
Yes?
The gentleman gave me this, but I don't know what he wants. And she gives it to you, and it's like a private card.
Oh my.
Is it
We're gonna have a lot of these moments tonight, people.
the man the gentleman we just left behind?
Yes, Mr. Gavorkov.
Okay. Well, thank you, Miss Frost. And I'll tuck it away.
And as you tuck it away and she hands you this, and your skin sort of touches her skin for a little bit, sort of this information just engulfs you, and you realize that some of the magic, because you're arcanely attuned, that there's this thing about her, that whenever the Frosty Lute is among you guys, there is a chance that people interested in her gender will give her invitations and cards, and she'll be able to sometimes get you into places you otherwise can't come because they have an interest in her. She's enchanted with that.
Okay. He'll make
Sort
a
of
mental
charm.
note. Tuck
Yep.
that card away. It's very good of you to hand this to me. Well done, Miss Frost.
No problem.
As they're walking, he's gonna look towards Shadow, and he's going to cast message. As he's going to say, "Did you recognize any of them?"
And she responds to you, recognize the gentleman and his bodyguard?
Another message, yes. Have you recognized anyone here?
Well, I'm from Brackenwall, so not exactly, no. I've heard of him, though. His last name? Because he does seem famous for his wines, and he does seem to win the annual contract for about, well, as far as we can remember.
I see. Okay. Very well.
I did steal something, if it interests you.
That, of course, does interest me. What did you steal?
Well, we'll have to discuss it later. I'd like to make my way out.
He'll nod.
See, I have a delayer. But that alarm spell, if we don't make our way out of it in the next 10 minutes, will go off.
Of course.
Yeah, she says that. So basically, she seems to have some kind of dampener that stops an alarm spell from working.
Gav just sighs audibly.
But in 10 minutes, it will go off if you guys are not out of range.
So we need to go, and we need to go fast.
Basically.
Yeah. Pence is just walking behind Shadow.
You listening to me?
God,
Yeah, sorry.
Can I have one of your? Can I borrow one of your daggers?
What do you want to do with it?
I want to see if it works like the one I have. I think mine only works once.
Well, wash your grubby little hands, and then you can touch one.
Hey, Vince, give me that bottle.
we don't have time. We need to go. The Lord of the land, the Lord of the Manor wants us gone, after all.
Speaking of which, we should probably head towards that next appointment soon, if we plan on making it.
All right, which one of you accepted that particular quest?
Well, we're on our way to accept it. We've just got the appointment to make it there, and if we don't make it within the next 10 minutes or so, we'll be out of luck. So chop chop.
Very well. All right. Mount up.
All right, so this work over here, he leads all your large beasts out. He seems quite frightened, and he quickly makes his way around the back here. The moment you guys take control of your mounts again, the orc nods at you, and sort of like a knowing glare, not glare, but look at you, Clang, like for you to remember what he said. He nods at you, and you see that he folds his arms together, waiting for all of you to disappear. Basically, as you guys do, you guys make your way down the road again, away from Dimension.
Road again.
Gav will say to Shadow. Gav will say to Shadow, "You can ride with if you want. You don't have to run everywhere."
Yeah. But she seems to ignore it. She
okay.
And do you watch she's always behind you guys. Every time you look behind you, Shadow is there. But if you watch her, you see that she just disappears. She just blinks and then she's there, and she blinks and then she's there. When you watch her travel, you guys make it out down the road. This is a very nice area. It has hills, rolling hills, trees, groups of trees every place, in all kinds of places, and it has these little streams of water, small waterfalls. It's an absolute beautiful area. And as you look up northwest, you see these massive towers. These 3 towers. They are so large that even from this huge distance, you're able to see them in the distance. They are the Aridil Borough, and they are basically sort of 3 cities that are connected to each other. And from here, you can see the huge sort of ascended city. So this is really there's a city underneath, and then you see almost these floating gigantic pillars that have like cities built on top of them as well. So as you're on your way, Shadow, sorry, did you want to say something? I'm so sorry, because I sometimes just keep on rambling.
I got nothing.
He will ask Shadow, so what did you steal?
Oh, since I'm now part of the group, or at least working with you right now, I like to know what I get myself into. And she says, I took this. And she hands you a rough etching of some paper.
He'll take it and look it over.
As you look it over, it seems to just being some writing, some kind of letter that he's been writing to a woman, basically trying to invite her to his house.
Oh my.
Doesn't seem to have any kind of import, and you're not sure why she gives it to you.
He'll look over towards Shadow with a bit of confusion. Care to enlighten me?
Oh, look at her handwriting.
He'll look at it closer.
It's very similar to the note that was found on the bodies when the honeysuckle cart was ambushed.
Oh, the guys that disappeared into smoke?
Yes.
Yeah. This is why he said those things. Why I was like, I'm sure we'll be the ones that go without an accident. Or do you recognize any of them?
Absolutely, but he acted like he had no idea what you were talking about. And no one did an insight.
Nope, we didn't think that.
That's true. I don't know why I didn't think to do that. Jesus Christ, I'm an idiot.
Well, in my case here, I am not really all that smart.
But that was a good line of thinking. But since she was one of the people that got that mission, basically, she remembers the handwriting. So she went into his office. She made a rubbing, basically, of just a random letter that he wrote. But the handwriting is pretty much identical.
What you got there, Gabe?
Something very interesting to note. Just well, it's not necessarily what's in the notes, but who wrote it. That's what's interesting about it. You remember those people? Well, he is going to cast message and speak in Goblin in message, The people we killed during cart attack. He hired them. The one that owns the winery.
So this is more than just... And he'll respond via the message. So this is more than just simple... Oh, it's a cursed land here. He's quite literally trying to sabotage them.
Maybe one day it was cursed land, but he's taking matters into his own hands to stop them from getting any more profits.
Something tells me that whoever's owning the honeysuckle is just smarter than them.
I believe so.
Well, we's best make our way there. Do the right inspection after all, and we can go ahead and leverage our knightage. He just kind of randomly puffs up his chest.
Yeah. Can you give me the bottle? I need to wash my hands.
No. No, was right. Fine, here. Toss him a bottle of water.
Yeah.
The warm cold bottle.
Yeah, I'll toss him that one. The warm cold.
Yeah.
I opened the silver side. It's cold, right?
Yes.
Wash my hands.
Look, it's clean.
She looks at you as she expects like you didn't even use soap, but then you see that sort of sparkle that you recognize from the water you got from the well with the crystal dust in it, and your hands are actually squeaky clean. You didn't know that the ends of your fingernails aren't supposed to be black.
Oh God, what happened to my hands?
They're clean, my God! And it really abruptly stops at your wrists that are brown and spotty and dirty.
Yeah, that's
I'm actually,
so improper. So
I'm actually
improper.
green? What?
I'm green!
Well, of course
you are green,
but
my God!
you're not supposed to be sparkly light green. And your nails, they're not supposed to be yellow. They're supposed to be black. So improper. So improper.
Yeah, you get a tirade from Clang as your hands are now the cleanest that you've ever seen them.
Damn it, he...
being silently disappointed.
So Shadow looks at you with kind of surprise. She's like, well, I guess I promised. And she you see her go for around where her ribcage is, and she slides one of those daggers out. And you look at that, and as she pulls it out, it's like the blade is made of shadow, and the further she drags it out, it solidifies. And she hands it to you.
Damn.
Oh, is it attached to her through the shadow?
Seems almost like that. Like I said, those bands are folded and crossed around her body, and they end up in all these hooks. And it seems like there is a scabbard, but it's so tightly around her body. And because if you truly think about it, it would barely fit a blade in there. But it's like when she pulls the handle, the blade just solidifies. And so it seems to be magically attuned to her or her armor.
Is this the same thing that I have?
Well, let's look it over. Give me yours.
Did you wash your hands?
She gives you a squinty look.
He offers the bottle.
She's wearing gloves. And they look very clean.
What? That's cheating. But here.
She looks at over.
I respect you for cheating.
And she turns it over and she says, oh yeah, It is. See? And she shows you the symbol, and she kind of explains to you how the symbol is made. It's in a very similar kind of circle with runes, but the center rune in yours is different. And she explains to you that it just means that this one is a general rune, which means that anyone can use it. Her runes are specifically for her.
Okay, so if I throw this one, it makes you go over to the blade?
It does.
He throws it.
You feel a strong connection, as if there's a tether from your... Oh, are you throwing her blade or your own?
Hers.
Oh, okay. You feel nothing. She rolls her eyes. You can do it with this one. She gives you yours. But I would use it sparingly if I were you.
Yeah, no, I think Gav told me I can only use it once. There's no fun.
You see her sort of move her hand over that place where the missing dagger is. She's not touching it, just moving it sort of over, and that hilt appears again on her body.
You can do magic like Gav. I see.
Sure.
Alright.
You know, if I do introduce you all to my boss, he's the one who made it for me.
Yeah, does it hurt to be under his employ?
Well, that depends on how happy he is with you.
I haven't met anyone that isn't happy with me, so that's gonna be okay.
Then I'm sure you'll be fine. She says it with some sarcasm. Does anyone else still... and anyway, I'm just gonna... You guys keep moving, and from the Humber Oak to the Honeysuckle takes about half a day to get there, because it's a very wide, large open place. You come by many small farms and community. You actually see that there's a excessive amount of flowers. It's like this area is very well maintained. There is many trees. Everything looks healthy. It's completely different from the bogs where there's mostly mushroom trees and all kinds of fungals. This is mostly a flowery and grassy area with very dry trees. So not the really swampy kind of trees, but like oak trees. So after about half a day or so, you guys do make it to the Honeysuckle Winery. Unless, of course, you guys take a break or want to go somewhere else.
I would very much like to do this here. From the moment we start to see their orchards,
yes,
I'd like to get off Snow.
Okay.
And inspect the soil specifically to see if there's anything different about it.
Okay.
Compared to where we were before.
Absolutely. So you mean from the Humber Oak where you were before, or you mean the... Okay.
Yeah, to see if there's any sort of different, the soil looked pretty good at Humber Oak here, but how does it look in comparison?
Okay, so that's a very good thing to do. So Clang, as you start to move, you lead your group, the first thing you notice is a very sweet but fresh scent, and you see a field of white flowers before you start seeing their orchards and their vineyards. And you get off your mount and you kind of dig in the earth a little. You take a hand and you're not necessarily... Roll me a nature.
Nature? Okay.
Yes.
Doggone it. Not too learned in nature. Survival, maybe.
Survival's... you can do survival too. Survival's fine for me too.
Yeah, that's a nat 1 on nature.
22. Okay, Clang. So you get off and you take a handful and you sort of rub that between your hands, and you know quite a bit about it. You have tasted all kinds of dirt. And this, you taste some of it and you think, this is rich in clay and nutrients. You actually taste a somewhat acidy taste, which also means that it's really good for growing plants and Pins approved.
Lots of dead things that came in this thing here. Yes, that makes it good for growing things. I want to get some mushrooms here.
You would figure that this is extremely good ground, and I'm gonna assume that before you left Humber Oak, that you maybe like took a little testing of the Humber Oak fields as well. You feel it's very similar, but this feels almost like the perfect texture. And the taste of this dirt is probably the best taste in dirt that you've tasted. You are a connoisseur of dirt. And this is
I have face planted in a lot of dirt.
Exactly. This is very good dirt.
Hey, Pins, taste this.
Throw a dirt clod at him.
That's my face.
He licks his cheek.
Yeah, you also taste that this is some very good soil. Roll me either history or either survival or nature. 16. Yeah, like Clang, just not as big a connoisseur as Clang, but you definitely can feel the texture and sort of the taste it has, that this is full of nutrients. And you know that, man, if you bring some of this soil back to Clear Lake, that might grow you some super mushrooms.
Yeah, I'm more the bog water type, but I can definitely appreciate this kind of soil.
I know, right? It's almost unnaturally good, perfect for growing things. And maybe taking a nice little mud bath in it.
Yeah.
Probably very good for your skin.
Yeah, probably. Actually.
Oh yeah.
You know, I know a herbalist in Clear Lake, Alice. She would probably appreciate some of this.
Yeah. Who's got a shovel?
You guys will have a shovel in your sort of your pack that you got from Morgana, your traveling pack. There's a pickaxe in there, a normal one. There's a shovel in there. There's a crowbar in there.
Hey, Pins, open your backpack.
No. I need a travel light. I'm not gonna carry around dirt.
Iki, open your pack.
Icky will open his pack.
I don't think he would allow anybody to sully his muffins, so I'm not so sure.
His cupcake.
Or his
No, but
cupcakes.
he
Why do
still
I keep
has
saying muffins? Jesus.
This he still has that bag that he pooped in. You know, you can empty
Oh,
that
that's
one,
true,
put some
yeah.
soil in it.
No, he'll
No, but
keep the poop in. It'll enrich the soil, he'll say.
Dear God, why?
Oh dear God.
You
know what? Yes.
Vince, you would know that that's not how that works.
That's not, it might actually contaminate it. You know, it's quite special if you can contaminate dirt. But yeah, here we go.
Yeah,
There you go.
Yeah, I've got a small pouch here. Maybe this should work here. Yeah, I've got a belt pouch here that I can empty stuff out of here. Yeah, put it in there.
All right, you take a sample of dirt, or a pouch full of dirt.
Yeah.
Kavulkov,
Yes.
roll me a history
Okay.
with advantage, because this is something very much in the foreground of your mind. A 17. You recognize these white flowers. They look very similar to the drawing.
Oh
That,
my. I was gonna say the other form of goodness. Okay, he is going to that shovel forcibly from you, Clang. I mean this.
Wait. What happened?
And he will, like a careful madman, start digging out those.
A careful madman. All right.
Those plants.
You start digging around these flowers, okay?
Just leave him alone, Clank. Sometimes the gob just gotta dig a hole.
That's too slow. He'll toss the shovel aside and you start casting mold earth.
Okay. You mold earth a perfectly good little patch of that.
He'll whistle for Wraith to come over, and he'll start loading up some of that dirt into the because he has that small cart attachment to him with pots.
Yeah.
And he'll start putting in some dirt in there and start grabbing a flower, move it in. And he'll do that.
You take one flower?
He will do that until all the pots are fully loaded with flowers.
Oh my god. Okay, how many pots did you have in there? Because I know I gave you a number, but...
Says, oh, wait a minute. Is you sweet on that old lady from the elite skill?
It was 10, I believe. No? What are you talking about?
Well, it's the flower lady.
This is for Mesmer.
Oh. Getting into her good graces, then.
Yeah, now shut up and start digging. Help me get some of these.
Fine. He'll pop over, a couple more flowers.
So, you fill all your pots with these glinting honeysuckles, and you also remember, don't quite understand it, but you do remember that Mesmer also said in her letter, they smell sweet and fresh, but don't sniff too much.
Okay. He doesn't say anything to anybody, but I'm hoping nobody starts to smell them.
And that's the last one. Honestly, these things smell absolutely terrible.
While they're doing that, I wanna empty the bottle.
The entire thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
sure.
Damn you! And
I'm refilling it with my what's it called? Water skin.
Okay.
Also had magical water.
At this point, your water skin will be empty after doing that.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. But yeah, you do fill the rest of your water skin in this hot and cold, or warm and cold skin.
Yes, and then I will start to
flask.
Create, make coffee.
All right, you start. Yeah, so there's like this section in the lid. There's two parts to it. So you can just undo the gold part, but the gold part, it consists out of 2 points. So you can screw off the top part, which allows you to, it basically when you close it, when you twist it closed, it grinds beans for you. And it's sort of like that powder that will sit in the top and it will start brewing. And it will brew coffee in about a minute or so.
Yeah, that's what he'll do then.
Yeah, okay.
And he'll just look at both of them working. I'll just say,
"Hey, Clang, Gav is beating you with his magic. Bet you can dig quicker. Can't you?"
And he's egging Clang on to raise Gav.
Well, he's already done.
This is while you were still busy with it.
Oh, well then. I'm not going to compete with Gav. Gav's too powerful.
Suit yourself.
He sips coffee.
All right, so you sip your coffee, Clang and
sorry.
Yeah.
My whole point was I also add a bit of Robertson's coffee package.
Oh, okay. So yeah, make sure you tick off.
Yes.
Make sure you tick off another use. Do you use the whole combination the way Robertson taught you to do it?
Yes.
Okay, so then you don't get the addictive effect.
So tosses out the spiked coffee, replaces it with spiked coffee.
Basically, exactly.
Well, I'm spiking it. He was adding despikinator.
Well, there's also despikinator in the world. But anyway, at least the addiction part won't be there. But you managed to get, what did we say again? Let me say there's like 10 flower pots in there. Because I'm just not sure anymore how many I said.
I believe it was 10. I didn't write it down. It's my fault.
So you get 10 flowers, and you tell Wraith not to run up vertical surfaces. I'm kidding. Yep. But you should probably sell him that.
Yep. I will let him know to traverse carefully now.
Okay. You see, you think that this mount actually rolls his eyes at you. But
Haha.
You think you see something, you're not sure. Hey,
I know you're in your teenage years now, but I ain't gonna take none of that attitude.
Oh my god.
He takes a dump, like right there. But you climb back on your mount, and Clang, you were smart enough to check the soil, which you concluded whatever happened here, whatever curse may have been there, it's definitely not here now.
Can I have a look around and a smell around?
Yeah, go ahead. Roll me perception for smell.
Yes.
24. Okay. So you sniff the air, and apart from, that you smell trees and blossoms, you definitely smell what is most thick in the air is the smell of these honeysuckles. It's a really sweet but also still really fresh smell.
Do I see anything out of place for this area? That is like, well, this tree is not supposed to grow here compared to the other flora.
Okay, so the one thing that strikes you is the huge field of honeysuckles, and you figure maybe that's why the winery is called that way, because you've not encountered these anywhere else. You remember the flowers, yeah. You know that when Gavolkov, actually I'm not 100% sure, but correct me if I'm wrong, Gavolkov, I think that you asked out loud to Ven if she knew where you could find honeysuckles. And she said that they are almost an extinct flower, and that the only place she's heard of that they're there are at the honeysuckle winery.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for anything that is different from anywhere else in the area that you've traveled through, this is definitely one of them.
All right. Well, I think everyone sees that.
Yeah. But other than that, doesn't seem any specifically strange about the area.
Well, actually, I will say,
taking a look around and having a bit of a smell, I don't really see anything out of place here. I mean, apart from these extinct flowers here. Everything seems to be alright. Would have expected maybe something to be off.
And if it was even cursed at any point in time, that would ruin the soil, honestly. Wouldn't taste nearly as good.
Well, maybe they just had a priest and they decursed it.
No. Granted, it doesn't taste nearly as good as Lickershroom soil here, but it's still pretty decent.
I mean, we all know that Clang is the connoisseur. He knows what he's talking about.
I don't know about that. I think in Lickershroom everyone just steps on the dirt. It's a flavor for some. I'm not a fan.
Are you, well, you don't get handfuls and put it in your food. I do that. It's good seasoning.
Yeah, no, that's why I actually go to the cook.
You do know that's what he puts in for seasoning, right? I asked him once.
Yeah, you know what? Ignorance is bliss.
Okay.
I question my life the longer I'm with the
Goodness
both
teeth.
of you.
And you hear Shadow say, "Oh, you question your life. All right."
But
And
goblin
Shadow
logic
stands.
doesn't make any sense. Goblin logic doesn't make any damn sense.
You hear Shadow say, "So, are we gonna sit around here and sniff the flowers, or what?"
Perhaps we shouldn't. Yeah, they're really smelling something awful. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
Awful. What's wrong with you? But you guys, you Clang, lead your party through these really flowery. There's these wooden gates, and they're in a bow. And you see all this wisteria has grown all over it, and you go through this kind of like a small tunnel just covered with wisteria. It's quite beautiful, actually, even for you
Yes.
goblins. And I will move you guys to the honeysuckle
As
winery.
we're moving through, he will message Shadow saying, "Don't
Yeah.
smell the flowers too much." Bad for you.
Oh, well, they smell good to me. And you see that for the first time, she looks kind of happy.
Did you hear me,
Um,
Gab?
You
Ah.
guys
Yeah.
are
Yeah, no,
all the way
seriously.
down here.
Can you use like that thingy that you do for seeing the magics?
You want me to do it here?
I don't know. Just the thing is, this all seems very natural and it's weird with curses, supposedly.
All right, give me a bit then. And he's gonna ritual cast detect magic.
All right. Roll me that.
This will be while walking through the field, just to see if the dirt or the flowers would.
Yeah, I understand. This is like right before you guys basically go.
Even
there.
get anywhere near the manor, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. You do not sense any magic.
Oh, so far
apart
so
from
good.
the people around you. Like obviously, all of you are carrying augment and magic weapons and armor. But
You
that's about
suddenly
the
see
only
a
thing.
blazing
sense.
wolf.
Yeah. Actually, you would kind of feel a thing that almost gives you shivers. That's lingering, almost like a ghost around Pins.
He'll see it, make eye contact, and stop concentrating on detect magic.
Okay.
And then he'll just move that way.
Wolf shrugs at you, Pins.
I wash my hands. What do you want from me?
But you guys find yourself at the bottom right here. And you start moving through this gate of wisteria, and you get to this really beautiful place. You see rows and rows of forget the word, grape vines, and you are on both sides are these rows of tall trees that lead all the way up to the front place of this pretty large winery that is made, the base is made of stone, and it has these wooden walls with some kind of mortar in the bottom. Is isolated, and the top has this really dark wood with these slanted rooftops, and you can see there is some kind of large tree somewhere behind these rooftops as well. The entire place smells delicious. As you can look left and right, you see all these white and purple flowers. These white flowers being honeysuckles, these purple flowers, you don't know what they are, but they're very prominent all over the place. And as you look into the distance, what you can see ahead of you are two guards in silver-colored armor with red plumes and white and red emblems and tabards covering their armor.
Do they look familiar to me?
The Arrowdale Knights were blue, right? Not white.
Yes. The Eau Claire Knights were
Claire
turquoise.
Turquoise.
Yeah. And you know that they were from Arrowdale, but Clang knows that Arrowdale has lots of nobility, and a lot of those aristocrats, they have their own small sort of set of army. And so what Clang would know is that the Eau Claire Knights are knights that come from Arrowdale, but they are not the official Arrowdale Knights. Clang is the only one who would know that these particular knights that he sees in the distance, those are the actual Arrowdale Knights. Basically
Those are the Royal Guard, essentially.
Basically, yes. So Clang, you're the one that will recognize this from all your books and all your reading. You know that these are actual Arrowdale Knights. You see two of them posted outside near the the entry of the winery.
All right, boys, best behavior. We've got royalty here.
Royalty? What kind?
Oh dear.
What do you mean, oh dear?
It's his accent. He tells you exactly where they're from.
Yeah, Arrowdale, but he says
Arrowdale.
it with an accent.
Okay.
It's my goblin-y accent. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Are those the same kind of people the one is killed right now?
No. That's the blue guys. Them blue guys. These are the red ones. Red ones is the royal ones.
Oh. Okay. I think we're fine then.
Yeah.
Didn't you say that your little spell failed?
Yes, it did.
So the blue
Eventually,
guy might have talked to the red guy.
No. It was from the same family. The letter was from the same family, and they won't let me take it out of my inventory.
and it's 100. It's 100 pounds. Correct.
It's taking up almost a whole pack here at this point.
Oh. You see that Clang is quite frustrated as he says that, but it is Clang is absolutely right. The Eau Claire family has basically declared war upon Clang, and that is, like I said, as Clang knows, one particular aristocracy. Jesus Christ.
Aristocracy?
Family. Aristocracy family. Yeah. In
Aristocratic
Arrowdale.
family?
Yeah, the Eau Claires.
Aristocratic. Yeah, the
Yeah.
Eau Claires. Yeah, them's the Eau Claires. They's not the royal ones. It's the family guard. Think of it like that.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, they's got their own guards here. Same armor style. I think it's just the countries that likes that style of armor, but it's the family colors that makes it the Eau Claires. But this is the Arendelles.
Well,
Okay.
let's try not to make war with these guys as well.
Oh, absolutely not. These guys are better trained.
You would know that these are sort of the creme de la creme, you know.
If I had to put my money on it, these guys probably would not have actually fallen to all of the stupidity that Shadow's team.
You would know, Clang. You know that they are under the command of a very capable general. that is very strict and apparently very fair and straightforward.
Fuck that general might be here.
So
All
you.
these guys- before we start trotting up to the gate here
Mhm.
or to the door.
Yes.
In fact, Kling will lead out in front here.
Absolutely. So you guys can follow Clang. And Clang, as you move closer there, you actually get, without the trees in the way, you get a good peek over to this entire area. And you see something familiar to you. You see one of these carts and you see a worker over here loading in these barrels. And you recognize that cart. That's the same cart that you guys helped, that was ambushed by Shadow and her party. That is the same card that also bears the logo of the Honeysuckle Winery. Yes. So you see that they're loading up another card again.
I see
And,
it actually came through. Good.
Now this
Switching
seems
off
to
the
be, yeah, you don't know if this is another card. Doesn't look the same, like doesn't look as weathered. The other one had like slashes in it. Seems
Or
to be
beaten.
different card. Yeah. But so they probably have more of them. But you definitely know for yourself right now that this is where they came from, the cards. As you come closer, you see that the guard over here does a step forward, and he says, "Halt! What is your business here?"
Easy, Snow, easy. We are merely here to accept a job that was placed on the notice board, sir.
I see. He looks over to the other guy and he says, "All right, up you go. Just a moment. Let me see if it's okay to go in." And this one disappears inside for a moment. Takes about a minute or two before he comes back out, and he stands back in his post and he says, "That's all right." And this one steps back and he says, "All right then, mount outside over there, please." And
Well, I should hope so.
yeah, he points that direction as you guys can leave your mount around there. And he says,
watch the mounts.
he says, "Maximum of 3, please."
Of course, of course.
And Shadow says, "I'll wait with the little beasties out here." And Ikamale will also volunteer to stay here and wait.
Well, come along, lads. I'll lead the way.
All right. So,
Gav is getting.
Yeah.
As Gavorkov's getting off of the mount, he is in the process casting message as stealthily as possible, trying to hide his movements with his mounting to Shadow. And he's gonna say, "Keep an eye out on things. Alert me with the sphere if you notice anything suspicious. I don't trust them."
If you say so. She says, "Sure." You do that, and you look at the guard, and the guard says, "No funny business, okay?" And so he looks at you.
Yeah, I understand.
So, Pins and Gavokov, you are able to, you're also led inside as you two follow after Clang. You can position how you want.
I think we're good like that.
Are you good like that? Yeah, I don't know about Pins. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I thought you just positioned me there. It's fine.
Okay. As you move inside, you see a large space. It looks pretty cozy, but also a little bare, as if the people here have put a lot of work on the outside and have decorated a little, but like they definitely are still setting up shop here. You come in and you immediately find yourself at the back of a group of soldiers. Clang, you recognize the man in front. You
Oh, dear
recognize
Lord.
him as the general.
Please tell me he's not the one that's from the story. Yes, he's the one from the story.
Yeah, he's the one from the story. You know him. So he is, no, he's not the one from the Eau Claire story, but you know this one purely because you've read so many books. You recognize him as the general of Aradale's guard.
Under his glamour, his ears shrink down, and he says under his breath, "Oh, fuck."
Gav will also elbow Clang, and he'll say, "Look to the left. You recognize who's sitting there?"
The left. Oh.
And as you look to the left, you all see Kahiri drinking and sipping some wine.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, this one.
Oh God, no! Just, I shouldn't have said anything.
You shouldn't have said a thing, Master Gav.
Well, I told you. Why'd you tell Pims?
And he waves very frantically.
Hey!
You see Kahiri sort of side eyes and then ignores you and keeps like more like puts her face into her cup.
If there is a dirty sock in my pack, I am taking it and shoving it in Pim's mouth.
Wait a second. Wait, sorry, I don't think she can hear me. Get it!
Dirty sock.
As you call out Kahiri, she looks at you, and everyone looks at you. And you see that these guards move aside as the captain turns
Oh.
around.
Damn it.
And oh, what happened to
What's going on?
my list? Let me reroll for reload for a second. Sorry, it's just
Oh, it happens. It happens.
some of my handouts, everything disappeared. I don't know what's happened.
Mm,
Okay, it's back now. Okay,
I'll
weird.
blame Gremlin for now.
Okay, here we go. It's back. So these guards stand aside, and you see this general, this really imposing figure. He turns around. He's huge. Probably maybe not as big as that orc, but he's a very big, broad man.
Big
And
for a
next
human.
to, yeah, absolutely big for a human. Next to him is standing a woman with these really kind of bright green hair on the top that turns into this really bright, almost glowing yellow. Behind the bar, there is one woman with white hair, and there seems to be. She has like deep scarring, something cut into her face. And next to her is a woman with blue hair. On the left side over here stands something that you would recognize Clang as some kind of mercenary, though he looks much more proper like a soldier. But he doesn't seem to be, you would definitely be able to tell, not part of them. He's not wearing the same kind of armor, but he does seem to be some kind of guard.
He's a merc. Okay.
Yeah. This guy over here, you recognize he's just wearing sort of farmer's clothing, seems to be just a worker. But everyone here seems to have been engaged, speaking to the general over here. And as
Pins opened his mouth.
Yes, and now these soldiers have stepped aside. The general is turning around. So does this woman, as they look all directly at you. And I will show you guys a picture, as you'll all see Dalron Farland, who is the general. And if you scroll down, you'll see a picture of the Aradel Knights.
Yeah, we're fucked.
Um,
Yeah,
I love this.
yeah.
Like I'm.
Go ahead, Clank.
They will probably see me trying to stuff a dirty sock down this his throat here. Like, why did you have to be?
and as you look
Well, I don't
past
know
him,
anyone else here. We're not supposed to greet the knights. I don't know them.
as they all turn around as you stuff that sock into his mouth, and as you look past him, Pins, it's hard for you to see because you're kind of like behind his huge bodies, silver bodies, heavy armored. But most of you, you can see. As you look past them, you can see the women who you're pretty sure are the Silverbucks. So also, if you can scroll down, you see the woman with the white hair who has something carved in her face. You see the woman with the green and yellow hair. You see the woman with the blue hair. And all of them look very beautiful, but also like there's something strange about them. You're not quite sure what makes them so off. They look magical to you. If you scroll a bit further, you see Delmore Dainslow, who seems to be the mercenary or the guard, and Zor, which is the worker.
Forgive the interruption.
Visitors, I see, causing commotion. And you see the general, though. You see that he is doing a really quick glance over you. Clang, you immediately see that he looks over your chest. He sees the Black Knight sigil, and he sees the sigil of the Elite Guild. Yeah, and he looks at you and he says, "Ah, are you here for the mission?"
Indeed, and well, I had no idea that the Knights of Arendelle were going to be here.
Well, we've had a request to do an investigation, and perhaps you would even be able to help me with it.
Indeed. We have no other information other than the message board's knowledge here, but we had figured that this would be a good opportunity to perhaps help out.
Definitely. As his voice thunders through this room, and he says, "It's good to hear that people are still taking missions. This is a business that concerns all of Aradale. As these ladies over here," and he gestures back, "the Silverbuck ladies have fair and square won the annual competition. Their wines have been considered the best, and their contract is valid, though someone has been sending ruffians to delay and attack their carts and their goods. And thankfully," and he gestures into the corner to Kahiri, he says, "Thankfully, this kind lady over here has let us know, so we can investigate." And then Kahiri sort of holds up her cup and she says, Yes. Kahiri likes being a good citizen."
Indeed. I had heard the rumors of possible foul play, though I did not believe them. Indeed. But to allay my own fears here, I inspected the fields before coming and found nothing to be wrong with them.
There's a momentary confusion on his face and he says, "Oh, the cursed lands. I see."
Indeed, I had wondered why I once thought cursed land would find its way to being lush and beautiful, but I could find no foul play. In all honesty, it is a miracle, and miracles should never be cast to the side here.
Well, I'll be honest with you, it's it's been an interesting time. And he smiles and looks back at the silverback ladies, and he says, "But I suppose as
And we'll go ahead and
many
see if we can figure
druids
it out.
throughout the year."
Okay. Hang on. I lost
Oh,
internet
okay.
connection there. Okay.
Oh shit.
I heard, to be honest with you, and that's where I lost it.
Okay. He says, "To be honest with you, it's been an interesting time. For years, we've sent druids here to try and make something out of this ground, but it's not been working. But since the silverbuck ladies here had arrived, well, I guess it took a little more than just druidic magic." And you see that the lady with the green hair over here, she looks at you and she says, "I'm sorry for the rudeness. My name is Arale Silverbuck, and these are my sisters." And she gestures to the lady with the blue hair over there. And she says, "That's my sister Githa." And she points then to the lady with the white hair, and she says, "And that's Annalise." And I'll put their name tags here so it's a little bit easier for you guys to discern who is who.
Thank you.
And she says, "Yes, I am quite grateful for how everything turned out. I suppose that's all that was needed was a very dedicated druid and a nymph to frolic in the woods." And she says it with kind of a sigh.
I mean,
That explains the
can we-
fertile ground.
can I tell if she's just joking about that or if she's actually being legitimate about that?
Roll me an insight.
Yes, ma'am.
As
I believe her 100%. 100%. I'm not gonna. I'm thinking that she's having some sort of a weird nymph powers that she's got.
as we're being introduced, Gav is gonna activate Penetrating Gaze from the Wreath of Dusk.
Okay.
Oh.
Link it to me, please.
Yes.
Perception, detect visual illusions, advantage saving throws against them. Okay, yeah, okay. You see something invisible. Once again, you see that strange entity around
the
the pins. Yeah,
He's
the
trying his
wolf.
best to
It's
ignore that.
actually,
And just stare
Yeah,
at the
okay.
ladies.
you see that wolf is actually encircling pins, and then as it notices that you see it, it starts encircling you a little, starts drooling, and then move back to pins. You know? It seems
Oh,
to
lovely.
enjoy sort of terrifying you. Then when you look around, there doesn't seem to be anything else that's invisible. You can definitely try to probe and see if there's illusions.
He
roll me a
is trying to
perception.
look at the ladies to see if perhaps they've got an illusory image. Because right now my
Okay.
thoughts are these three are witches.
Okay, so roll me perception for that.
With a plus, 5, so 15.
Yes, 15.
Oh, that's passive perception, actually. Never mind. Yeah.
But you do sense magic from them. But you don't see an illusionary thing. But you roll me an insight, please. Oh, an 11 for you, Pins. You, from how she's speaking, you feel like she's making a joke, but she's also, there's truth in that joke. You with a 20, you definitely know that she is making a joke of something truthful.
He just nods as he looks at her.
Druid and a nymph fertilize the land.
Yeah. But that's so she says, "But I have been so fortunate and so grateful for Mr. Felren over here to Farland over here. Let me put it to the front. To have been investigating, and is so grateful for Kahiri to let us know what has happened. And I guess I can't stop being grateful because once again we have people that dare to take on our quest. I have to say, we've been met with quite the amount of prejudice, and it's been very hard at times to, well, to get our business going. Dalron, he nods at her and he says,
Well, I'll leave this into your capable hands. For me, for now, I have to go and investigate, scent and search the grounds. We need to find any kind of evidence we can find before it all but disappears. We cannot have a
Evidence.
threat on Everdale.
Ah, I see. So there's still a chance that there could be not misdoings, mischief afoot.
Absolutely. That is what well, based on the account of Miss Kahiri over here, I suppose that this might not be a one-time thing. In that case, I need to investigate and find out who the culprits are.
I see. And I'm assuming you have made sure that the trade route used to ship these, these shipments is being secured.
I am afraid that that information I cannot divulge.
Well, we're
For the
about
safety
to undertake
of the
a shipment.
investigation.
That's
And
why
you
we're
will do
here.
your business, and I will do mine. Now, if you will excuse me, I have things to do.
and he doesn't seem unfriendly, but he does seem like someone who really keeps to the rules and has very urgent business to attend to.
If I do apologize, sir. I'm actually have a small question.
Of course.
Have you ever met a fellow by the name of Edivane?
Oh, yeah, of course. He's one of the aristocrats in Aradil. Specifically the southern part.
Of course. Apparently, we saved his near worthless hide here as he cowered in fear.
You say that, and you see that he clenches his jaw.
Oh, so he's well aware.
You can interpret how you want that, but the moment
Oh,
you say those things, his jaw clenches.
I see.
And has apparently said some rather unspeakable things as a result. I do want to say that I do not hold it against any other, but this one apparently decided to do a rather unknightly thing.
As Clang is speaking, does the general look like he's angry or sorry?
Inside.
Please do good.
18.
18. He looks angry. You don't.
Does he-
You don't know if it's necessarily directed at Clang,
Okay.
but he has a very stern look on his face, and you see that he's suppressing that anger by really tightly clenching his jaws.
Oops, that's
Though
Daddy.
I loathe to speak ill of him, I unfortunately have been the target of his ire. And I hope that this does not bear any ill will here, especially since we are more than likely to encounter each other further down the line.
You see, he looks from your face back to your badge, specifically the Black Knight one, and then looks back to your face and he says,
I am inclined to believe you. How is Lady Grey?
She is well,
as well as her daughter, or her niece. I am glad we were able to help her in her hour of need.
And her father?
To
No, he's dead.
that is the putrid shit stain that tried to shoot us, right?
No, that's her uncle.
That's her.
For as
her-
far as you know, her father is dead.
As far as I'm aware of, he passed on.
You see a smirk on his face, and he nods, and he says,
All right then. I'm sorry for the treachery.
Okay, he smirked. I needed to.
He says, I had to make sure. There's not been a Black Knight for years. Although it looks like authentic, and I definitely...
and you see he moves. He moves his hand to his heart. There seems to be something that he doesn't quite say, but he seems to be able to sense something from that emblem.
He says, although it seems authentic and I can feel it, I could hardly believe that House Grey had assigned new knights.
Well, we did save the little lady.
This is true. The young lady was, in fact, taken by her uncle, and we managed to liberate her and deal no small amount of justice upon the cretin.
He nods, he sighs, and then he says, he makes a gesture to one of the guards, the one that's closest to you over here, Clang. He immediately goes into his belt, take out a card, and hands it to you.
I will take that.
And Daron says to you,
Keep that. I might contact you, if you don't mind.
Of course, and he'll hand the guard his own contact card as well.
and he says to you, Clang, he says,
We might have things to discuss in the future. But none of that here, none of that now. And now I'm very sorry, but I truly must leave.
and
Of
he
course,
starts
he'll-
making,
He'll step out of the way.
all right. And he marches out, and these guards all get in,
Formation.
yeah, exactly, neatly information, and follow Darren out as they seem to disappear somewhere on the grounds. You don't know quite where. Let me move this cat for a second. But as they as they march out, you guys find yourself alone in a room with these ladies. Zora walks up to Erilane, who whispers something in her ear, and she looks at him and she nods, and he moves back throughout these doors. The guard over here, he also moves towards Erilane. He says, he sort of puts a hand on her shoulder and he says, "Are you okay, Erilane?" And she nods at him and she says, "Yes, I would very much prefer it if you kept walking the grounds and make sure that none of that happens anymore today." And he nods, and he also makes his way out and he starts patrolling the grounds.
As he's approaching Clang, he'll just simply say, "Happy hunting."
He nods at you and he smiles, kind of like a courtesy, and he says,
Thank you, and good luck to you too.
Hi. And he'll approach the ladies
mm-hmm.
and address them. Now, on to business.
Yes. Vasov, thank you so much for accepting our offer. It's been incredibly hard. I don't know where you come from, but around here everyone's quite a racist.
Quite racist, is what she said.
Yes, yes.
Do these look human?
You can see that they are humanoid-ish. but they almost remind you a little bit of those strange ladies that Finnerly has in his employ, the tailor in Clearwater,
Oh.
Clear Lake, and you can definitely tell that there's something kind of magical about them. Their hair is
These-
unnatural. It sort of glows and moves, even if although like there's wind, but there is none.
We know that treatment all too well.
In fact,
Really?
perhaps if Lady
Everyone loved
Kahiri
me.
over there would, no, she's seen us at our worst, let's just say. But, in fact, we know that all too well.
Well,
Humans are a weird bunch.
aren't they? The richer they are, the more terrible they get. Well, like I said, how may I address you all?
We are, well, as you no doubt overheard, we are the Black Knights of Clear Lake. I am Clang.
I'm
Behind
Gav.
me is Master Gav. And this one over here, with pulling the sock out of his mouth.
I'm Pins.
Can you force pose?
You do that, and she
Yes,
she,
do it.
she actually laughs and she says, "Well, those are some interesting names, but I'll try as best as I can to remember them. Like I said, these are my sisters, Annalise and Githa. Well, like I said, we've been met with a lot of prejudice, and she leans forward and she almost whispers it. I'm afraid my sister Annalise still bears the mark, and you understand that she is speaking of what is carved in her face. And when you look at Annalise's face, you see she's pretty. She's kind of a somber look on her face. Not depressed, but she isn't like quite as happily of a posture and expression as Arale. And Annalise has an X and another stripe, and it's marked like you can read it as the number 6, which is carved under her eye.
11.
The 6 or 11? Roman numerals X is 10.
11. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. 11. And so she says, but please take a seat, and while we discuss our business, would you like to taste our wine, the thing that you will be protecting?
Of course, of course. I could
It's
use
very
a
good.
drink.
Kahiri can promise.
Well, of course, Lady Kahiri, you are indeed a connoisseur of such things.
Yeah, so you can take a seat, and you see that she gestures to Annalise, and Annalise makes her way over here, and she starts pouring you guys some glasses, and she puts one in front of all of you.
As she
Githa
begins
makes
to
her-
pour one out, Gav will say,
Yeah.
I won't be partaking. I don't drink, I'm afraid.
Oh, of course. We have something without alcohol, if you would like.
If you've got a glass of water, that will do just fine.
Of course. And Githa comes around and she says, would all of you like some food? There's something, I'm preparing a special mushroom dish, if anyone would like it.
Sorry, what?
Did you say mushroom? Yes, I'm hungry.
And she says, but of course, you would rather have something else. And she sort of gestures over to the back where you see a sort of a menu card hanging. And I will link that to you guys in a second.
May we be perfectly candid with you, my ladies? And
Yes,
be ourselves amongst you.
I would very much appreciate it.
Kling will turn off his glamour.
Oh my, I knew it. Didn't I tell you, Annalise? And Annalise sort of cocks her head and she says, Well, you did indeed. I didn't expect it to actually be that way. But I suppose you're right. And you see her move a gold coin over as she slides it over, and Erle catches it as it slides over to her. Well, I suppose we can truly be ourselves now then. All right. I look forward to us working together. Let me get you that water and quickly get them some food. Unless you guys would like someone from over there. And she also she gestures to the menu board, and I'll show it all to you. These are all these things that are available.
Woohoo!
Minotaur. Jesus.
The mystery meat burger. Dear God. 1d4 chance of a stomach bug. Oh my God. Haunch boar, daggum.
Ooh, chance of hallucination.
Where?
Oh my god,
Oh,
shroom slick.
Shroom slick.
Oh God. Now, which particular dish were you cooking up, my dear?
Oh, well, I was making a hunter bowl and some shroom slicks. But of course, we also have Minotaur beef cubes, which we are making. Whichever you want. It's all up to you.
Forgive me. Talking like that just really hurts.
Oh, yeah, that sounds much more natural. And it suits you so well.
Well, thank you. So,
You see, that's what I've been telling you for weeks.
I know, I'm surprised they ain't been losing me.
It's nonsense. We shouldn't have to hide the way we do.
Yeah, no way.
When a human to look at us and just kind of kill us.
Yeah, that's our day-to-day life. But I suppose you're right. And he'll also drop his
Oh, Githa, look at his ears! And she actually walks over to you and she starts fumbling your ears. They're so big! I've never seen a goblin with such big ears.
As she walks over to start touching his ears, he's gonna pull away. If you don't mind, these ears are taken.
She walks this way and she sits on the chair and she leans over the bar and she says, "Oh, that's too bad. You're kind of my type."
These are everybody's type at this point.
Good. Really smarted it.
And Githa says, "I am more into the muscly type." And she looks at you, Claire.
Oh
Oh,
dear.
but what am I doing? Let me go get you some water. And she disappears. She comes back after a little bit with water, and Githa after a while. So she actually comes back with a whole bunch of things. She comes with this large hunch of meat. She comes with sort of a platter of differently spiced and cooked and fried mushrooms, all kinds of different ones. And there are some hot potatoes and some garlic sauce, and just she basically puts the whole feast in front of you. So whatever's on the menu card, there is 2 of each. You can put in your inventory which you can pick two items from the menu card. You can put it in your inventory.
Oh, 2 items. Only 2.
Yes.
Hey guys, we should definitely also get some for Ikamale.
Yes, definitely. At this point, though, now that the soldiers have left, Ikumali is able to make his way in. They will actually bring him a cupcake to eat. And he refuses to eat them, so they will bring him food. So whatever he will, like next time, whatever he will choose, just remind him that he has 2 of these items that he gets to pick.
Okay.
I had a little question.
Of course, go ahead.
Outside, there's a tree.
Yes, which one?
The right one.
This one. Or this one. Oh, yeah.
With
Yeah.
that. Can I tell my spider to go check out that thing there? It's in the tree.
Absolutely.
I will do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Spider will do that. He will go check out the tree. And you want him to specifically like climb it or stay under it? What is it?
Would I have seen it with my passive perception?
You would have seen the bird nest. Yeah. Your passive perception is insane. So yes.
Yeah, I would tell it. Wait, let me check. He speaks Sylvan. I would tell it in Sylvan to go check out that nest and see what's in it.
Right. So that wood cutie spider sort of like skitters away. And the ladies, specifically Erle, seems to be noticing it but ignores it. They don't seem scared or affected by it. You know that the wood cutie spider, usually whenever someone looks at it, it like spawns those hallucinations. Doesn't seem to affect them.
Oh, that's not good.
Hey, it doesn't matter.
But he does skither, so you can put him in the tree if you want, but that is where he will currently be. You guys, you sitting next to Kahiri, you get a chance to talk to her if you want, since everyone else did get some interactions.
Hey, Kiri, is it you at the story of this place?
What story?
You said you knew what happened here.
Oh, yes. Kahiri said she be good citizen. She tell about the tech. Kahiri make some new contacts. Kahiri sell potion. Yeah, Kahiri good businesswoman.
You got a new potion? Can I see?
Well, yes, but pay first.
I need to know what it does first.
Kahiri never know.
Why do you work like this, Kiri? You're so... oh, by the way, did you talk to Fluffy?
As he starts sifting through his pockets looking for his pouch.
Did you talk to Fluffy?
Yes, have established communication. Have blocked for a bit, like lots of ringing.
Why did you block him? You guys are like perfect together.
Yes.
I don't ship it.
How much is it again?
Basically, she just wants you to at least buy one potion, is what she says. But let me for a sec check here NPCs, because for some reason I don't know what's happened, but when she is not opening her sheet, which is super annoying.
I swear by
You might not
Morgana.
have. This might
I
be
swear by Morgana. Why is Ikamoli here? Because he's way too handsome. Too handsome.
But she says,
I'm actually surprised that the girls ain't gone near him because he's again way too handsome.
they seem a little enamored with the people at the bar. Although Annalise seems to be the one that's most reserved. But it's definitely Githa and Arale are very flirty. But Kahiri tells you if you buy at least one potion, she will open her magic bag. And she says, Kahiri made good contacts in Clear Lake. Yes, Kahiri finds many new potions. It's very worth it. Yes. Kahiri.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yes.
Does that mean we get a discount?
Well, we did discuss 10% discount. Kahiri agreed because Flynn, very, very good alchemist.
Yeah. Alright, so how much for a potion?
Depends which one Kahiri pull from bag. So,
How can I pay up front?
no, she means, like I said, you just have to buy at least one potion. That's what she's asking.
So just agree to buy one. And
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
It depends on how high her prices go. If she pulls a potion for 5k, I don't have that.
Well, that depends on what you roll. But you can try and pull again.
Right.
So you can roll me
You can always
3d10.
borrow money from Kling, but his interests are very steep.
Yeah. Let me see.
I don't think she has.
No,
the money.
3d10.
Oh,
So 5, 4, and 2. Okay. Okay. Nice. Okay, so she pulls out one Greater Titan's Healing Potion, and she says, "Oh look, Kahiri, found one you invested in, Kahiri. See, was so worth it. Only 270 gold pieces." And you know that is with a 10% discount. It's originally 300, and she will sell it for you for 270.
Oh, right, yeah.
And she
I
puts
think
it on
we
the
need
table,
these.
and then she puts her hand back in the bag, and she takes out a bottle, and she says, "Oh yes, Kahiri find this one. Where do you find Kahiri?" So funny. And you recognize the liquid. This is a smaller bottle than you found it in, but it's a black liquid that is violent, and you see all these mouths opening and sort of like biting at the glass where the fingers of Kahiri are touching it. And you recognize this as a life-devouring poison. Yes.
PTSD potion.
Yeah, this is a minor life-devouring poison. And she puts that on and she says, "Only 675 gold pieces." And then she goes back into her bag, and she takes out a potion, and she says, "Oh, this one is favorite among big bulky men." And she puts it on the table, and she says, "It's the hero." And this is you recognize this. It has a special gold stamp on it, which is on all her possession potions. And she says, "Only 1,500 gold pieces."
Jesus.
And she explains to you, so for the next 30 minutes, or until you fail to channel or roleplay Braden, you are possessed by the spirit of Braden the Breaker, a legendary hero who was eventually devoured by an alchemical ooze. He is honorable, cheerful, and boastful. And your attack becomes a base minimum of 14, and you replace all your class abilities with those of a fighter, 2 levels above your own. If you're already a fighter, you gain an extra use of all those abilities.
Congratulations, you can still be a fighter and use a bow.
So this is more for definitely for people like frontline fighters like Kling.
Hmm.
That's a bit steep. I don't have that kind of money.
She digs into her bag, and she sort of whispers something in her bag. It's very hard to hear. And she takes out and she puts it on the table, and she says, "Blissful drunk, only 250 gold pieces." And basically, this is a potion that immediately gives you 4 points of drunkenness. And for the next 30 minutes, you must make a DC 12 Constitution save over every 10 minutes, or on each of your turns during combat, or fall asleep until the end of your turn in the position you're in. So if you're standing or doing a pose, you fall asleep in that way. While sleeping this way, you may spend hit dice as a finishing a short rest. So you can basically, this is like a hyper healing potion using your hit dice. And she says, let's see. Cheap potion for cheap customer.
Hey. I think I'll have a look at that
Wait.
poison one.
What was that one about the 1500s? Is how much is that? How many 5s is that?
Many. But I like Clay. For Clay, I will do 1,000 gold pieces.
Oh, you's just trying to sweet talk me, ain't you?
Of course
Okay.
I am. Kahiri's businesswoman.
Of course. Always trying to. Too bad. I'm not into the whole fur thing here. At the very least,
Ha! It's because you never tried.
you want the money or not?
Yes, please. And she shoves the potion towards you, and I will write it down here for you.
Okay. I will. I need to move that into the backpack portion of my inventory. Yeah, it's no longer in stock. He's got it. Okay, the hero potion. Oh gosh. Let me go ahead.
So you're currently level 7. That would make you a level 9 fighter, basically.
I thought we were still 6 here. Did we level up and I not know?
No.
Wait, are you level 6 or 7? Oh, sorry, 6. So that would make you a level 8 fighter, basically. And if you're already a fighter, you also get you can use your class abilities twice, or an extra time.
Holy crap!
And your minimum hit,
action searches.
and your minimum hit is 14.
Damn.
So you can't roll under a 14, basically. If you roll lower than a 14, it's a 14 on an attack roll.
Oh, I'm gonna love doing the haughty, cheerful but boastful, honorable.
Yeah.
Of course.
So that's on the table, and she looks at your pins and she says, "So, poison? Yes." And I will give you the stats here. I should really just do it in general because it breaks up the potion. Super annoying. Let me just post that here as well.
Right. Yeah, he'll buy that.
All right. You buy that poison, sorry. Then there was still on the table,
Titans thingy.
it was a Graded Titans healing potion for 270.
Did you want that one, Gav?
No, I'm okay. I just, maybe one day like to replace my invisibility potion.
It did get us out of a scrape, I'll say that much right now.
Yeah, that's true.
Invisibility, you say? Kahiri have if you want.
How much?
Only 500 gold
Yes.
pieces.
Oh god.
Kev, you used it on snow. I got this.
That's okay. We'll find someone. We'll find
For
someone.
claim 250 gold
What?
pieces.
Okay, I know it ain't because I'm pretty, because that is not me. That's Ikamali over there.
She wiggles her eyebrows at you.
Okay, what is I know. I swear,
You
what
see
is
that
up
she
with
looks at you see that she looks at armor up and down.
Oh, of course, it's the armor. 250. Okay, I need to do calculations because my brain has already been used to do math today here.
You know what, Clang? That reminds me of one of those titles I saw in your backpack. what was it called?
No,
The brawler and the spinster. Yeah, that was it.
The brawler.
and of course he would say, "Look, once you go through my pack,
Don't worry about it.
You see Kahiri like pets her bag and she says, "Well, Mr. Clang, we'll fit 2 people, I promise."
sorry.
I can
No.
be spinster, you can be brawler. I'm okay with that. But usually Kahiri is brawler.
I love this, but at the same time, oh, DM, fuck you.
Suit yourself. Invitation is there. But she will take your 250 and she'll give you an invisibility potion.
And I will hand that over to Gav. There you go. You saved Snow, so that's yours.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hey, it's no problem, no big deal. Now, let's try some of this here wine here. I haven't had any taste of it yet.
Yeah, go ahead.
And he will take a healthy gulp
Okay.
of it.
By the way, this whole
So-
time, for at least
Yeah.
for the 10 minutes that ever since he activated the Wreath of Dusk, he has a 17 perception to invisibility, to illusions, and
Yeah.
can see invisible things into the ethereal plane in case anything comes
Mhm.
up.
I am remembering that. There are several wines playing. There's a purple, a red, and a white. And they're all in glasses. Each of you, except for you, of course, Kavoka, you have water. But everyone gets 3 glasses, basically, of their 3 vintages. The white one is a very sweet wine. The red one is a dry wine. And the purple one, it's magical. It has a very interesting smell, kind of fruity. You don't know what's in there, but that seems to go down smoothly and perfectly. So whatever you prefer, all of them are exceptional. They are very good wines, but the purple one that came out of a very expensive looking bottle, this one almost seems to taste to whatever you want it to taste like.
Okay, now that is weird.
And
I
to
like it.
you, it tastes kind of like that very expensive liquor that you got from Rothry's hiding place.
Yeah, that was the good stuff right there. Wait, how? Okay, that is good. How'd you get it to do that?
It's one of our new vintages. We've decided to embrace the nymph side and we just infuse it with, well, hopes and dreams. It's hard to say. You know, there's a secret ingredient. We can't really talk about it. But, yeah, well, you are our first tester. How was it?
I'm not gonna lie. Tasted a lot more like a more powerful version of a dwarven brew I had a while back.
Interesting. Githa, Annalise, and I all taste different things, but it's always something we love.
Oh, really?
Pins
Hey,
takes a sip.
try that. It's the purple one.
That's why we find out that Pins is colorblind. I'm just kidding.
Oh my god.
You take a swig, and Pins, this
I don't see
tastes
purple, I
like
just see blue.
this tastes to you like that vanilla ice cream coffee that you drank in Clear Lake.
He takes a sip and like a actual wine connoisseur, kind of smacks his lips and raises it in his mouth and goes like,
Wow, that is good.
and then he just downs it.
Hey, look, Githa, one of them is a professional. Yeah. We had, well, we had one of a tester. How do you say that? How do you call those people that come and they test your stuff? Well, he was very sour and he didn't want to like our drinks. But eventually, well, he still gave us a decent grade. I'm very happy that it wasn't his opinion at the competition.
Indeed. But man. So you infused this one here with, well, whatever it is that you done did it with here, which I'll be honest with you, that's good. That I'm sorry. This is bad to say in mixed company, but that's good shit.
She giggles at you and she says, "Well, I'm very happy you're pleased with it. And well, this is like I said, the new vintage we're working on right now. The red and the white, they are our main concern that we are traveling or that we're sending out. But this vintage, if everything goes well, in a month or so, we're going to be sending them out. And if you guys manage to get our shipments there safely," she looks at her sisters and she says, "we would definitely like to keep hiring you. Well, if you would be available, of course."
Boys, what you saying?
Well, I mean, we came here in the first place to get the job. Things work out. I don't see why not.
Indeed.
Makes sense to me.
And actually, if there's the shroom slicks on the table still,
Yes.
he'll grab one and say, mushrooms brings me home, and we'll eat the whole thing.
Roll me a 1d4.
Yes. See what happens. That is a 4.
Okay, well, you get very vivid hallucinations. You get very vivid hallucinations of sort of, it's almost throughout the room you seeing at the same time. It feels like you're back at Liquor's room, back in your lazy chair where you were put in charge of guarding, and Morgana gave you a special ribbon for being brave and chasing off rats. And you get these hallucinations of Morgana, and they're very pleasant, and everyone in Liquor's room is cheering at you as you come back a hero, and you look the hero, and these hallucinations fade away, and suddenly you're back in the swamp. You're back in that swamp, and you're looking up, and you see that stone face, and you look up at that face, and the face opens. And then as you step inside, you sort of, as a third person's view, you see yourself, you see Gavorkov, and you see Pins and Ikemale, all of you with your swords drawn. And then your hallucination ends. And to you, it feels like, although these hallucinations are supposed to be very pleasant, something like the calling from this shrine sort of, because you were hallucinating, inserted itself in that hallucination.
He falls off his chair and lands on his back.
Quack! Stop drooling!
Oh no!
What? Oh, what?
She looks.
What happened?
Maybe I put too much of the yellow stuff in there. She helps you back on your chair. Are you quite all right? Do you need to maybe lay down or something?
I'm fine. There's. Oh, well. The mission decided to insert itself inside of me head while
having all these pleasant thoughts.
Oh, well, I hate it when that happens. And she smiles at you. You're not sure whether she truly gets it, or
Yeah, can you insight that? Has that ever
you
happened?
can you can definitely insight it. 20. Seems like she earnestly talks from experience.
Wait, you never mind. Magic-y stuff goes way over me head.
She says, "Well, if we're all fat and we all have a nice drink, I would very much like to go over the details of the contract. These next shipments, they need to be brought to Pemberley, and it's been quite dangerous so far. Pemberley is in one of the southern areas of Aerodale. It's a very large mansion. Our wine should arrive safely, but since there seems to be a hit out on us, I don't know how dangerous it will be. So I cannot guarantee your safety, but I suppose that's why we hire you. The reward will be about 3,000 gold pieces if it all arrives safely, and of course the promise of being hired again if all goes well."
Sounds like a fair deal. Fair deal.
And she looks at the rest of you.
I can agree to that. I am curious, so. How
Yes.
did you get this place up and running in, what, a year?
Well, it was very difficult. And I don't know where these rumors come from. It's definitely not been a year. We've been struggling to buy this place, and it was very difficult to get it off his hands, really. Even though the place was scarce, and he kept upping the price. And so, see, he did us a pre-sale, and in that time, we were allowed to work until things were handled. And for about 2.5 years, we worked, and well, like I said, the gifts that we gained from our mother and our father together really helped us. Well, there was a heavy curse, and we actually also had to hire a priest to get rid of all the evil spirits that were also lingering. But after that was done,
Got it.
I thought I tasted dead things in the soil.
Just but after
Basically,
that was done,
nitrates.
yeah. Well, when the soil started slowly to become more healthy, he kept upping the price, and so it was a long-fought battle in the courts of Aerodale to, well, not be ripped off for all our hard work. But, well, I suppose Mr. Farmall had a lot to lose after we made the lands right again. But eventually, with a lot of work, we managed to make it all right again. And it took us about 3 years, though.
Is she lying at all?
Insight.
Yeah.
8.
The
I don't
18
know.
is very
I
good.
don't know.
She seems very sincere. You find it hard to read Clang,
Of course.
because her face seems to be in a perpetual
She's not green
smile.
enough. She's just not green enough. I can't
But
tell
you-
without a green face.
Chico Volkov, you sense earnesty in her voice.
I see. So, is it in the end your powers of nature that made this place so successful with the wine?
Well, nature and a little bit of fey magic, I suppose, because they are part nymph.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's easy enough to see.
So, well, I can honestly can't fault you enough for a little bit of magic here.
Well, he tried to rip you off, but now he has far more to lose.
She giggles. You're so funny.
Do you mind if I
Uh,
take a look at one of your bottles? I'm curious as
Of
to
course.
what little fey magic you used.
She leans over the bar and she hands you. Basically, she puts one of each bottles, like the red, the wine, and the purple, in front of you.
He will, using his awakened spellbook, cast identify on all of them, one by one.
Okay. You sense slight magic from each from the red and the white. You sense a greater magic from the purple. You sense that the magic that comes from the red and the white doesn't seem like the wine itself is magical. It seems like the grapes, the products that it's made from, that the grapes were magically infused. This is not too strange. You know that as you've been in Clear Lake, you know that druids are often used to invigorate the plants, create bigger crops, and that causes that kind of similar faint magic. That's what you sense from the red and the white. From the purple, you definitely sense something. It seems to be similar to the red and the white, as in it's a product that's used in it. It's very hard to tell. You can't tell what it is, but it definitely is a decently strong magic. I wouldn't say as much as like some of the magic items you guys have, but you can definitely feel it. Like I said, you're not quite sure what it is. There seem to be some ingredients in it that cause it, but what exactly it is, you don't know.
Okay. Is he able to?
So they're
what are the
alchemists as well as nymphs.
magical properties of it?
Sorry?
Well, do they have magical properties? Do those bottles have magical properties?
You do notice that do you have prestidigitation?
Yes.
Okay. You feel that type of magic on the purple one.
Prestidigitation on the purple.
It's not specifically prestidigitation, but the same way that you know you can make stuff flavor better. This seems to be in that same kind of vein, only it seems to be more powerful, and specifically about taste. You know that it's an ingredient in it that does it. You don't know what it is, though.
Okay. But it doesn't sense any... what's it called? Mind manipulative magic, right?
No.
Nothing to charm you or anything.
No.
Okay. Interesting stuff you got here. If only you were wizards, I'd love to ask your help. But...
I'm afraid our powers just extend to nature, and that's it.
yeah. Oh, well. I can see why people enjoy these, though. And he'll set them all back down. Oh, God. Can I ask that you don't serve any? Sorry, go ahead.
Of course.
Can I ask that you just don't serve Clang any more cups, please?
Sure. But I will blame you if he asks why.
That's fine.
And
That's fine.
she'll take the bottles and she'll start moving them behind the bar. And at some point she'll say...
What?
She says, well, we do have a room, a guest room, if you guys need a place to sleep. It is getting later in the day, and, well, your friend looks like he needs a rest. If you guys, if you guys are alright with taking the quest, then if we can sign the contract, and you guys can be on your way tomorrow.
If I pretty ladies.
Question on that
Yes.
shipment. How many of them have been getting attacked out of the ones you shipped?
Well, to be honest, because we only recently got the contract, the last shipment was actually the first shipment, and it immediately got attacked. And so we are worried,
see.
especially since Miss Kahiri came with that message.
I see. Okay.
Hmm.
Well, I think we'll do fine. Has there been any attacks here? Or just to the shipment?
Well, that is actually why we've also hired someone, because, well, yes, there has been some break-ins, and well, in our business, it's very important that when you have your vintage, that you keep your ingredients secret, because, well, your vintage isn't worth very much if anyone can replicate it. And there actually is a lot of competition in this area. So we were worried, especially since our office had been broken into, and they tried to break into the large brewery room. But thankfully, well, they didn't get very far, and they didn't find a secret recipe. But it could have been worse, and this is our first year, so I hope it won't get any worse.
Well, if you'd like, I can set up wards around places to at least alert us if anybody breaks in again.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah, because Annalise and I...
magic.
So Annalise and I have been looking into things, and, well, because we did win the contract, we got an infusion of gold to invest and make sure that we can do the best we can. So we do have a little bit left. We did buy some simulacrums from the Aerodale workshop. We couldn't afford the highest grade, but they work just fine. As she sort of gestures to one of the workers as he moves in and out the area, like getting barrels and bringing them back. And you've noticed that when you were outside, these workers, they all look pretty much identical. And so she says, but maybe after a few years, we can buy some better ones. But for now, yes, if you'd give us a price, I think that would be great for some extra deterrent.
think of it as a token of gratitude for letting us stay the night. No price.
Really? Are you sure?
I'm sure. Currently, however, though, it would only last for up to 8 hours. I still need to improve on it.
Well, that would be perfect, because since our shipment will be waiting overnight, it definitely needs protection.
And I can do it in multiple locations, not just one. So you just point me where you want it, and I can secure an area of... As he pulls up his book. No larger than 20 feet.
Okay, so
It's the alarm spell.
Yeah, I get it. After a while, she'll walk you over the ground and she'll explain, like, this door would be great.
Okay.
The cart itself, of course. The office, the window, and the doors.
Okay.
And as the evening starts falling, she will guide you guys to a room over here. Here. Where you guys... oh, did I not ping it on the right thing? Over here.
There we go. Okay.
There. And there are 4 beds there. one for each. There are still some little snacks and some drinks on the tables, and you guys are able to go there and basically spend a night in one of these beds, as the ladies go to a top floor somewhere behind some doors that you don't know. As she leads you there, she leads you through this courtyard over here and then through the door over there to that room.
Okay.
You see that there is this large tree in the center. You didn't know there was a courtyard back here, but it's basically an open garden and a foreclosing garden. And you see this massive tree, and it has candles all over it, and on the bottom. And you see little lights in the tree as well. And all of you roll me a perception.
Do I need to make that at disadvantage because drunk?
Yes, you are drunk, so you would. Oh.
Okay, pinches
Six.
everything.
Fee.
As you get sort of carried to the past this, Glenn, you don't really notice anything. You just see pretty lights, pretty
Whoever's
colored lights. Yeah.
somebody's just gonna have to prop him up while he's walking because he's a heavy. Son of a
Yeah.
bitch.
Gavokov, you also see like all these candles that are sort of around the base of the tree. You see that the wax is melted in the bottom, and some even are put on the roots and around the tree. And you see that some of these candles have different colored flames. They're blue instead of yellow. And that's what you notice. And Pins, you see something familiar. You see that this tree on one of the sides as you walk by has a mirror embedded in it. And it reminds you of something that you guys had to do for Morgana.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
There is one more tree that we gotta mark, isn't there?
You were done with your mission for the
We were done.
Oh.
yeah.
Oh,
You
this
guys
is
someone
like we
else?
did this.
This is
Yeah, you
someone
guys
else
finished
doing
that. Yeah. So this is something that you just recognize that Morgana had asked you guys to do. And you remember how that tree would sort of almost absorb that mirror inside of it. But you definitely see that. You see that the edges of this mirror, that the bark has sort of wrought itself around it. But it's a pretty large mirror. You see it has a golden frame. And it's very clean and clear. And although it's clean and clear, and you know it's a mirror, it doesn't seem to reflect anything. Strangely. So that is what you notice with your crit over there. As you guys quickly move through this courtyard and then into this bedroom.
They gone.
Did my spider ever return?
Your spider, you have to call it back if you want it to return,
All right.
because you told it to go and hang out there, so it will.
No, I told it to check it out, and if there was anything
In the nest.
yeah, in the nest or anything out of the natural.
Yeah, you will have to call it back though, because it's not very smart, and you send it there to check something out, and it will stay there. So,
Come here.
Yeah.
Making web. Oh.
yeah.
Go back. Go back.
So with your mental connection, you command it to come back, and it does. And as it returns to you, you speak Sylvan, and it understands it, but it doesn't speak Sylvan. So, but it does return to you.
I will ask it in Sylvan.
Was there anything interesting in the nest? Left tap for yes, right tap for no.
And I demonstrate with his legs.
Okay. It looks at you, and it starts mimicking your taps. and he will say he found something interesting in the tree.
Was it just a natural thing here? Was it a special nest?
He looks at you as he's unclear of which one to answer with what taps.
Yeah, just a right tap for natural, left tap for magical. Or
Okay. He taps normal.
Did you eat it?
Left or right?
His head hangs down.
He ate it.
Alright, well, did you enjoy it at least?
His head comes up, and it almost looks like he does a little smile.
He'll just pat it and say,
You know, I never really felt like indoors, ceilings, beds. I'm gonna go sleep outside. You wanna come?
It nods at you.
Right.
There's a window here if you want to climb out.
Yes, I will escape through the window.
All right. An alarm goes off as Gavorkov. No, I'm kidding. You were able to get out of the window.
Yeah, we'll just find somewhere like nearby, between the bushes or something, and we'll just go sleep there.
Yeah.
With some.
Sure. You sleep between the vineyards, and every now and then you can reach over and pick some of these grapes, and they taste amazing. Okay, so night falls. You hear, sort of in the distance, you guys hear the sisters still talk and laugh with each other. You know that Kahiri has been led to a different room, and as the sisters, at some point, as that noise dies down, you know that they also have gone to bed, as these simulacrums as well have retired to a different place. Your pets have been put in your mounts have been put in the stables, where they are being fed and held.
I'm sorry, but we'll go stay with you gotta stay with the kitties here. I don't think they like sitting here in the little room.
Shadow, at some point, somewhere like close to about the time that you guys are sleeping, she climbs through the window inside the house, and she sits here against the wall, and she says, didn't see anything strange, but maybe that is strange, who knows.
Gav will wake up because she walked through the window that probably has an alarm spell.
Yeah.
You're gonna stand up straight, look over to the side, so you realizes what window it is. Sees its Shadow's like, oh, it's you. Well, good work. If you want to fall asleep, I understand. You can take the bed if you want. I have some things to do. I can't go back to sleep after you woke me up. He's gonna look at the empty bed.
Hey!
Oh God, where's Pins?
I saw him sleeping outside under the starry sky.
Oh, that's fine.
Don't you want to know what I found?
I thought you said you found nothing.
I said there was nothing strange going on. Didn't say I didn't find anything.
What did you find?
Well, I went next to the kitchen. They're brewing, I don't know, I guess they're experimenting with some berries. I took a little sample of all of them, and she takes these 3 little vials that have red, purple, and another one that's also red, a very deep red. It's not one of the bottles, not the wine that you've seen in any of these bottles. And she says, I don't know if it will serve any good, but here you go.
Well, I guess you just solved the plan I had for this evening. Very useful. You'll take them. So they're little vials of berries or actual wine?
No, wine.
Wine.
That they seem to.
This is the unfermented wine. This
Yeah.
is this is
Yeah.
this is pre-casketing, pre-everything like that.
He's
here.
gonna
This is
take
Exactly.
it,
through.
and he's gonna cast Identify.
Okay. You get that same feeling that you got from the other wines, but much stronger. As this, like Clank says, is unfermented. This is like more of the pure
Mhm.
product. That sense is much stronger. The purple one, same. Red one, same. The very deep red one. There's something with it, but even with your magic, you can't seem to reach. It's like there's a veil that you just can't really put your finger on what is with it.
Okay. Okay. Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, shadows here. Whoa.
Roll me a perception as Clang wakes up for a second, Kavorkov.
Okay.
That again, yeah.
Nine.
9. Yeah, that just startles you a little bit as Clang keeps sort of like talking in his sleep. You're used to that, but he keeps sort of waking up, falling back asleep. And you turn around, look at Clang, seems to be pretty peaceful, other than the constant, the talking that he's used to.
Eh,
And then Shadow says to you, "You seen the strange tree in the inner garden?
The one with the candles? Yeah.
Yeah, the mirror. Who puts a mirror on the tree?"
A mirror? What mirror?
Anyway, I'm tired. Oh, wasn't that too bad? I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, you're free. You can feel free to take one to the bed.
And she sort of crawls under the blankets and has a cute little cat snore as she falls asleep.
Cat snore. Interesting. Gav is going to poof Gavo into existence, but he's gonna have Spider Gavo.
You hear, "Oh, master!" It's a really high-pitched voice from this spider. As he says, "I did what you asked. I totally told all those fucking birds that these clarinettes, that they like to steal eggs and stuff, and a lot of them went over to Aridale to poop on them."
Good job. Very good job.
I'm quite proud of myself.
And I'm proud of you too, little Gabo. Now, I've another mission for you tonight.
Yay, missions!
no rest for the wicked.
He's
I'm
thinking
waiting.
that. Yes,
Spiders have a very short lifespan.
except for you, Gabo, unless you get stepped on. Now, I
I
need
don't know, sometimes I feel quite dead with how little you actually call for me.
You're right, I'll use you more often. I'm sorry about that. But listen,
Thanks. Yeah.
I need you to go into the brewery and sit in a corner and spy on that for a little
What is a brewery?
bit. Okay. So since he's been taken around, he knows the layout of the place, right?
Well, you've not been taken around
What
in
was-
this area.
I was
So,
gonna ask,
you-
where was the
yeah.
locations they avoided bringing him into or strayed him away from?
Well, they didn't necessarily stray you away. They just never brought you to this entire area.
Okay. Gotcha.
Just kept us from seeing a lot of that area.
Mhm.
I'm thinking
Clever.
if Gav would know what a brewery even looks like. He knows what it's supposed
You
to do.
would not.
But, yeah.
There's a lot of casks filled with liquid.
That's basically the entirety of this place, Clank.
You realize that Clang has some really insightful things when he sleeps.
We should knock him out when we don't know what to do.
I'd like to see you try.
Okay. You're gonna go over into the kitchen.
Kitchen, yay!
And you're gonna sit in the corner, nice and quiet,
Sit
and
in the corner, nice and quiet.
just keep watch.
Keep watch.
See what they do with the food, with the wine, and if they add anything interesting into it.
Okay. Gavo's on the way.
Just make sure
Am
not
I
to
on
get
the
caught.
way?
Yes, you're
Is
on
it
the way.
time?
Go,
I'm on
go.
the way. I'm on the...
Oh God, he won't
After,
shut up.
after a while, he comes back into the room. Which way is the kitchen?
I don't know. Find it.
I don't know. Okay, I'll look.
Okay, look.
Roaming-
The
roaming
places I know
intelligence.
they're not.
Check. Roll me intelligence check for Gabo, the spider.
Gavo the spider. Okay.
Oh dear Lord, yes, spiders are not all that intelligent.
Yeah, not at all. That's a -3.
-3. Okay.
Oh my
Well,
god.
it takes him half the night to finally settle in the kitchen, where he goes and sits in against the ceiling in this corner. As you told him. All right.
He is going to hear through Gavo's eyes.
Mhm.
Actually, he has a mental connection with Gavo. So he's going to
Yeah.
say, if you notice you get seen at any point in time, run into a dark place and then poof out. Then poof back to me.
Oh yeah, I am in a dark place.
I mean, run to a spot where they lose sight of you and then poof out.
Okay. I will try.
He disconnects. Maybe I
okay.
do miss Raven Gavo.
You is that what you do for the night?
That's what he's gonna have him do.
Okay. So the night slowly goes along. You lost half the night trying to guide Gavo to the right room because it was very hard for Gavo, the spider, to find it. So if you don't sleep now, you will have exhaustion. But you can also, of course, choose to stay awake.
No, he'll go back to bed. He will take the bottles that Shadow gave him. Make his way to bed.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
he will reapply.
Vials.
Yeah, the vial. Sorry, alarm on the window.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you
Can I do a thing
guys,
in the night?
absolutely, yeah. Go ahead.
So, Pins is just staring into the night sky and the stars and everything, and he's thinking, and he can't catch sleep because he drank coffee the entire day.
Right.
So he starts thinking about the mirror, and he sort of takes his mushroom and starts whispering into it. Like,
Mm-hmm.
Well, we don't know, really, do we? What if it's a rival gang? No, it's not. Well, it could be, but maybe not. What would Morgana think? What does Morgana think?
and can I roll religion?
Yes, go ahead. $17. That's very high. You know Morgana pretty well, you think, and you think that as Morgana is the master of everything, and obviously she knows what to do with mirrors, maybe these people also work for Morgana, or maybe this mirror is also connected to Morgana. Who knows?
Well, he can't sleep, so he's going to go back to the house.
All right, go ahead.
And did I see Gaff put alarms everywhere?
You did. So you know that Gav put alarms here on these doors, doors and windows over here, here. These two doors were not marked though, but the
they're
rest
not
over
like-
here, that's all That's all marked.
I didn't see any of that because you're in the wrong layer, I think.
Oh, fuck me. Okay, sorry. Okay, so basically all these areas are all basically marked, like the doors and the windows. Also the office over here, that's also all done. Your door isn't. You don't know that he did it, but Gav also did this window, but you were gone when he did that. These two doors don't seem to be, you didn't see Gav mark those either.
You will attempt to go through this door if it's open.
It seems to be locked.
Can I attempt to open it?
Absolutely, you can
Oh,
try to, because you have, well, you have several options. You have Thieves' Tools, you have the Scully Key.
Yeah, I will try the Thieves' Tools first.
Okay, go ahead.
With the dex?
Yeah, just X. 12. This seems to be a pretty decent luck, and trying. It doesn't. You sit there for about 10 minutes, can't seem to open it.
Can I try again?
You can definitely give it another try. 14. You sit there for another about 10 minutes, and finally you think like one of these tumblers gives way, and you manage to push it upwards, and you hear click, and you can enter.
And now I brought. Oh no, wait, it's open.
I will.
As you move and that door falls closed behind you, you hear a click, and that door seems to lock automatically.
Oh, that's handy.
That door seems to be open, not locked at least.
I'll go through it.
Yeah, you see the big tree. Yeah,
Are the candles all on?
the candles are all along basically this little stone rim and on the roots up to the base of the tree.
They're all lit.
Lit, yes, blue
And-
flames, like very much like pop.
When I go close to it, does it seem like magical flames that don't burn the tree?
Yeah, it really does make you think of pop.
Right. I will attempt to climb the tree and check the mirror.
Okay, so the mirror isn't that high up. It seems to be at a height that if you stand on your tippy toes, your eyes will be able to sort of like look into it.
What do you reckon, Wolf?
I look into
And
it.
the mirror is on this side. Wolf, he circles around you, but stays a lot more at the back of you than at the front.
Attempt to look into it. I say,
Hey, Morgana, are you there?
You stand on your tippy toes, and you can just see like your nostrils and your eyes as you sort of like hold your head backwards to try and see into this mirror, and you see your warm breath come on this mirror and sort of fog it up, and you say, "Hey, Morgana, are you there?" And this really faint light, almost like a candlelight from behind the mirror, almost like a window, appears and then goes away again. It almost responded to your voice, and as you stopped talking, like, receded.
Is anyone there? Hello? Hello? I know you're there. I saw the light.
The light doesn't reappear.
Morgana.
Yes, as you say Morgana, you see again sort of this faint candlelight.
Morgana, are you there? Can you hear me? Is this thing on?
You see a violent image of basically Morgana just you remember Morgana's room, and she has that big mirror that has like this cloth hanging over it, and she sort of rips that thing aside. And you see Morgana like you've never seen her before, with her bed head, without that beautiful hat. And her hair is like just all over the place.
Who is waking me? Who is making so much noise?
Oh my god. It is Pins.
Oh, Pins. What are you doing in my mirror?
We found a very special tree here up in,
What's this place called again?
Aerodale.
here in Aerodale, in the honeysuckle fields. It used to be a cursed place, and, well, long story short, there's a mirror here with a lot of candles, and, a tree here with a lot of candles, and there's a mirror inside.
Strange.
Just wants to-
I must ask Whispers what this means. You've done very good work, Pins. Very good work. You might become favorite once again. Yes.
And you feel a warm blessing come over you. And
Oh no.
and she says,
Yes. Whenever you find more mirrors, you let Morgana know. And Pins, come closer. Come closer.
and
Closer.
yeah, and you feel almost like Morgana is tugging your ear against the mirror, and she whispers in your ear,
Did you get green shard, Pins?
I did, yes.
It's time, Pins. The king is dead.
and as she says that, you feel a feeling of dread come over you. As you look, you blink, and you stand in a black room, completely black. And as you move towards it, just forward in this blackness, you feel your steps get heavier and tougher, like you're treading through mud, and your feet get sucked in this mud and you're almost stuck, until in the distance you see a faint light, a green light, and you see it looks like a pillar made of green crystal. And as you look at it, it shatters in 1,000 pieces, and you see ravens from inside it, and they call loudly, and all of them hold these green shards in their beaks, and one of them comes to you and places it against your forehead, and you absorb it. And as you do, your blue flaming eyes, they turn green for a moment, and you see a warrior king laying on a bed. And you see as he breathes his last breath, and you see an entire nation cry and look at the sky as these large falling stars and crystals start falling from the sky and raining down on the earth, destroying everything. And as you break free out of that vision, that is where we end the session for today.
Well-
Premonition.
I'm glad I'm not Clank, 'cause that would have just been, oh, pretty lights.
I just know where Morgana wants me to go here.
Yes.
Premonitions are kings here.
Yeah, so you know that Morgana says that there's something important. That map is important, and what you need to retrieve is important. But you also know that that beetle that inserted itself in your pauldron, it's drawing you closer to other pieces of Joshimir's armor. And you know that the pauldron doing that and what Morgana wants are two different things. So they are the same direction, but your armor is responding somehow to this beetle. And what Morgana wants happens to be in the same place.
So, so the beetle one is leading me one place here, but the armor's leading me another.
Exactly.
But
exactly.
they are going to the same. But they're in the same vicinity.
Absolutely.
That does work. Okay.
Yeah.
Well then, I guess we should end in recording here. So, our lovely DM
please sign us out.
All right. So, thank you guys once more. Thank you for watching or listening if you do. I hope you keep safe. See you next week. And I want to thank everyone, all the players that are here loyally every week and that I have so much fun with. That will be Clank, played by Spectre.
Yeah, I speed drunk.
And Pins, played by Lozroth.
This is why you drink coffee.
That's a good point. And Gavulkov, played by Xander.
I don't know who to trust anymore.
So thank you all. See you guys next week and have a good week. Goodbye.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.